call letters. Live stream us and follow us. Please both. Be our friends on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter, that kind of thing. And subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are live and live streaming on all those platforms when we do our shows here at Equity Bank Park. So watch us there. And an added benefit to watching us on either Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube channel is you see a schedule of the events, what's going to happen, what we're going to talk about down there on the bottom on the crawl. It also down there has our Twitter handles, the text line, the hotline, all kinds of informational good stuff down on the ticker when you live stream the show. We are at our Equity Bank Park studio. I am for the first time in a while. Good to be back. It is February the 24th. It's the 55th day of the year, 310 days left in 2026. Headed for a high eventually here in Wichita of 65 degrees today. So we look forward to that. All right, I'll spell out what we're going to talk about and when and to who here in just a second. But before we get there, Jack has a moment of levity. It's basically a glorified joke-telling situation to get us off on the right foot each and every day here on the show. All right, Jack, take it away. What you got?
A guy got hit by a rental car in the street, and when they went up to ask him how he was, he said, "Man, that hurts."
Oh, I got it.
My mic was on.
All right. Well, you forgive me. I mean, it took a little bit to process the hurts thing. All right. Okay. National Trading Card Day. Not just sports. We're talking about the thrill of the rip, if you know what I mean. The art of the trade. Smell of a fresh pack of cards, regardless of what it is. Jack, when's the last time you tore open a pack of cards, regardless of what was in them? Been a while?
Yeah, I'd probably have to say early on in high school.
Oh, years then. Okay. It's also National Tortilla Chip Day. 2 days to tell you about tomorrow when we get there. Born Day. Born on this day, now dead. Abe Vigoda. Actor remembered as Salvatore in The Godfather. Also, the character Fish, Barney Miller, Abe Vigoda. Unforgettable face, Abe Vigoda. If you know, you know. Born day, Phil Knight, co-founder of Nike, 1938. And Steve Jobs, born day, co-founded Apple Computer, Pixar. February 24th, 1868, the Mardi Gras parade becomes the first parade to use floats way back in 1868. All right, there you go. There's Feb 24 for you. Here is what we're going to talk about today. KU Houston, the aftermath. Jayhawks took care of Houston last night. We will have thoughts. What's next? What do we make of that? Your comments and questions too. If you listened here on the channel, which I did last night while I was watching the game. And by the way, I made it through the entire game. More on that in a second. Wichita State's got a big one coming up on Thursday against Memphis. You got 2 roadies and 1 home game left. Paul Mills talked today, and we'll get his reaction to Temple. We'll get his thoughts on the look ahead to Memphis, get his thoughts on Kenyon Giles' historic season, TJ Williams, how impactful that redshirt freshman from here in Wichita has been. We'll hear from Paul Mills coming up in the 1225 segment. We've got a Top Golf Twitter question today, or X, but courtesy of Top Golf. I'll tell you what that is coming up in a while. Has to do with KU hoops, spoiler. And then 1 o'clock, Jordan Foote, Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu, coming your way here in about 50 minutes or so. And then we're going to bring back Ask the Producer. So that comes your way at 125 or right in there somewhere. Multiple questions to Jack, who is the producer, hence the name, ask the producer, that span a lot of different topics, not just one topic. It's a potpourri. It's a hodgepodge for old Jack coming up at 125. And then I'm old Jack's Young at the end of the show. And it'll be Chance in for Pat and the Pulse coming up a little later on. So we're all getting used to that. And we'll have a little visit with Chance, see what he's got going on, and get you ready for the Pulse coming up from 2 to 4. All right. So last night, KU with plenty to play for still and plenty of chatter around the program, especially more and more national chatter. And it centers basically around you know who. But in addition, the narrative around the KU athletic department, in particular the basketball program, the national pundits have, I feel like, maybe piled on a little for those that are on the side of the fence that KU is probably better off without number 22. We have discussed this topic a long time ago. We started this, and I feel like, at least on this program, if not this station, put to bed the KU's better off without Darren Peterson rhetoric. And we've explained and laid out the reasons why. I don't feel like we need to go back and rehash that, because the reasons for the criticism of DP haven't changed. The reasons really haven't changed. It's just that the national media is just now catching up to it, maybe. And while I was gone, Bill Self addressed being without Darren Peterson after one of the games and expressed surprise and, if you read between the lines, a little disappointment. So the national media kind of took that and ran with it a little bit, led off all their shows with it, and continue to do so in criticizing Darren Peterson, his handlers, his family, or whatever. Now, look, to be fair, I feel like we're way closer to it than Stephen A. Smith, for example, because we live it. We watch every game. We listen to the pressers. We're the home of the Jayhawks, first of all. So we hear all the pre and post, in addition to the knee-jerk reaction, the macro, the micro, all of it. You name it. We've talked about it. We've seen it. So I'm not saying that we're an authority on all things KU, but I'm not saying it either. But all that, a long-winded way to say that KU, regardless, heading to the home stretch with a really impressive victory in their pocket from last night over Houston, 69-56. A really impressive second half. They completely shut off Houston's water. And if you follow KU basketball, then that means you follow the Big 12. And that means, you know, whether you realize it or not, that this is not quite Houston that we're used to. They still got the same kind of athletes, but not totally. You still got the same kind of athleticism, but not the grown-ass men that we're used to over the last 3 or 4 years. And you still have a team that is coached by Kelvin Sampson. But all that to give a tip of the cap, a salute, a whatever you want to this KU squad that did what they did last night to Houston. Bill Self, you can take a bow. Trey White, you can take a bow. You had a hell of a game. I thought the secret square, under the radar dude, Bryson Tiller last night, he can take a bow. I guess Darren Peterson can take a bow too if he wants to. He wasn't great last night, but he delivered on a lot of the things that his critiques, his criticizers, his, naysayers didn't think he could do. And that's finish a game against a top 5 team. And I'm not going to, go so far as to say everything's fixed and that I know what's going to end up happening in the NCAA tournament when it comes to Darren Peterson's availability. Who knows? But all that to say, let's rewind back to 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time last night. Not even the most optimistic KU fan could tell you that they knew what was going to happen when it comes to his availability, and the fact that KU was an underdog at home and that there was more than an outside chance that they might not survive that as far as winning the game. And you fast forward a couple of hours and Jayhawks cruised. I don't want to say they made it look easy because when you play Houston, it's never easy, but it's a little easier with them as long as you match your physicality, which KU did. They got, I would categorize Darren Peterson's contribution as just enough. He had some timely hoops, especially down the stretch in the first half, of which Houston led almost all of it, right up until about 2.5 minutes left. And then KU took over from there. Had a nice little flurry at the end of the first half. They had 2 really big runs scoring-wise. They led by as many as 20. And they took care of business, 69-56. The trivia, not the trivia question, the Twitter question has to do with KU, which we'll get to in a minute. But if you don't want to wait, head on over there at ESPN Wichita, vote and repost what you think about KU moving forward. But I got to say this, first of all, and we got a texter's got a KU text comment too. But before we get there, I will say that from an outsider's perspective, i.e. non-KU guy, of course, we got a KU slant. We're the home of the Jayhawks. We're going to talk about them more. We're going to dive into stuff more. Because if you're listening to us and you listen to KU, you're a KU person. You want to hear what we have to say. You want to hear the audio. You want to hear the breakdown after they play games. And they're nationally relevant. And they're playing for a very high seed, not only in the Big 12 tournament, but the NCAA seeds come March. But being a non-KU guy, Jack, of course, is. Pat is. I'm not. But I got to say, even with, and it's not like I take any extra glee in the weirdness around this KU season, but from my perspective, this has been maybe the most entertaining KU season since the Remy Martin year and how that ended up. And this is that and then some when it comes to the entire picture. The good record, the solid standing in the Big 12, the opportunity for KU to still finish atop the Big 12. I don't know if they can get to the very top, if you know what I mean. But if they get a little help, if they take care of their business, that sort of thing. They still got a game against Arizona, and then they got 2 winnable games after that. And the handling of DP, the comments about him, his comments about himself, the whirlwind that is KU basketball, this is the most entertaining KU team in recent memory for me. Now, you guys and gals that like KU hoops will probably agree, but for different reasons, because it's probably giving you heartburn. Maybe some of you want him off the team. Maybe some of you are looking forward to next year when you're not having to deal with this. But regardless, you put all that into a blender. You got them at 11-4. They just beat Houston. They got Arizona this weekend. They got another 20-win season. And there is never a dull moment around KU hoops. You got to admit that. And for that, I guess I would say I'm grateful because I do what I do. And I get to talk about all the ancillary stuff and what I think about his cramps, his sickness, his taking himself out of games, and Bill Self finally, in a couple of different pressers, expressed his disappointment or his bewilderment, which the first couple of months he deflected and completely took the high road, which he still kind of is, but he's being more and more transparent on how he feels. And then the national media, of course, in turn, is running with that and leading their shows with, should Darren Peterson be kicked off the team? Is Darren Peterson detrimental to KU athletic or, KU basketball, et cetera, et cetera. And national media is going to national media. But for me, for my money, there's never been a more entertaining KU basketball team. And they did what they did last night, much to the surprise of many of us, including me. And speaking of, I got back from Hawaii at 12:30 yesterday afternoon, which was a minor miracle considering when I left. So I got home in about 10 hours total, door to door, which is great if you've ever been to Hawaii. That's fast. And I texted Pat. I said, watch a little KU hoops tonight, then go to night. And his reaction was, I give you till about the 4-minute mark of the first half. And we laughed about that. But I stayed in it for the duration. I wanted to see how that ended. And certainly with the proximity of the score, the closeness of the first half, that kept me going. And Houston only shoots 32%. KU hits 90% of their free throws. They out-toughed Houston in many ways, although Houston still out-rebounded them on the offensive glass, which is what they do, no matter who's wearing the uniforms. But KU holds Houston to 5 of 24 from 3. Out-rebound Houston by 5 overall. And ran away and hid from them in the second half, 69-56. So they got a good long while to rest up and get ready for the trip to Tucson to take on Arizona, another titanic matchup coming up this weekend that you can hear right here on the channel. Jack, it's been a while since we talked. You can go back as far as you want. And oh, by the way, I forgot to throw in to that blender the drubbing that Cincinnati handed KU that probably sparked this wildfire nationally. That was probably my mistake for leaving that out, because that certainly sparked the wildfire when it came to Peterson's availability, and you get run out of your own gym by Cincinnati, which nobody saw coming. And here we are a couple of days later after that, you beat Houston by double figures. And now suddenly you got a little momentum going into Arizona once again. Has there ever been an up and down season that has us talking about what we're talking about in your lifetime when it comes to KU basketball, Jack?
Well, it's funny. I would almost counter with, I think the snapshot of the last 72 hours makes it seem like it's this up and down. But overall, I mean, the Darren Peterson situation has been up and down. I think with the team as a whole, you've had more consistency maybe than you've had in the last couple of years. Now, in terms of likability, this is one of the most likable teams I've ever watched. I mean, to watch them get their ass kicked on Saturday and still kind of have this mentality of, if they go beat Houston, I'm fine. And it's not to excuse, they played horribly against Cincinnati. I also can credit Cincinnati for making them play horribly. Mm-hmm. And one thing that stood out to me, I don't know if you saw this stat from KenPom, Cincinnati's been a top 10 team in the nation like the last 4 to 5 games. So whatever that is, I think it's more so that
Dang.
Wes Miller going 15-12 with that collection of players,
All right.
you're not a good coach. Let's just call it as it is.
You could play that 2 ways, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, no team that goes in down Fieldhouse and wins by nearly 20 points is a bad team. That's why Bill Self called them a tournament team. But here's where I am with this Kansas squad. Number one, can we stop with this narrative? I'm so sick of this narrative of Kansas is a better team without Darren Peterson. Let's stop it. It's not worth any more debates. It's not worth the time. The reason Kansas hasn't looked as in rhythm with him is because he has not finished more than 5 games this season. So once he's played back-to-back games now, played 30-plus minutes in both. Now, they lost against Cincinnati. They won against Houston. He didn't look all that great last night, but they win by nearly 20 points against the top 5 team. They have 5 quad 1 wins with Darren Peterson, 2 without them. He is a generational talent, and for those saying, even somebody like Dickie V, kick him off the team,
No.
give me a break. You can be mad all you want about the cramping and the flu. I get it. It can be frustrating. Stop with this nonsense. It's like the people that say it the loudest want to just stand out there to have this point of, you know, if I was the coach here, I would have kicked him off, and I want to play with the guys who want to be here. Okay, so tell me, without having any knowledge of the guy or interviewing him or talking to him personally in the way that Myron Madcalf did, tell me what you know about him that would lead you to believe he doesn't want to be there, right? I get it. There's the narrative of, he's asking out of the game and he's cramping. He's got a last-minute flu against Arizona. Or how about this? That is happening, and hey, I don't know what it feels like to deal with that for 3 to 4 months. You can maybe question his ability to play through it. I don't believe that correlates to he doesn't want to be there. It's load management. That's just my opinion, though. The narrative of the stats of, they actually average more points without him, and some of these guys look better without him. Yeah, that can be the case. To me, that's not because he's a cancer to the team. It's because, as happens anywhere in any sport, especially basketball, if you have somebody who's a generational talent who's not as available, yeah, it's going to be a little bit awkward when they're working back into the rotation.
Bill has basically said our aggressiveness has to be a little different without him versus with him. And I think that's easy to see, and that's easy to understand if you just listen, you know?
Yeah. And in every game, it's why it's so exhausting. And for 20 games, I'm just like, can we stop with this? Yeah, I think the only people who genuinely have a right to gripe about it is Kansas fans. Like, if they're mad about it, let them be mad about it. If they're not mad about it, stop trying to convince them to be mad about it. Because this team still is second place in the Big 12. They're 21-7, and they've had Darren Peterson finish 5 games. Like, let's stop with this charade. If Kansas was 17 and whatever that would be, let's see, they're 17-11 or 16-12, have at it. Go for it. He's a cancer. He actively hurts this team. They've never won a game with him. It would be the most idiotic thing we've seen in the history of college basketball if, with 3 games to go in the regular season, they said, can't deal with it anymore, get him out of here. I want to prove a point that you're not going to push me around like that.
And that would also scare off a lot of other 5 stars.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And here's where I'm at. Are there guys that might be physically tougher than others or mentally tougher? Sure. We don't know who the most mentally tough and physically tough college basketball player is because they probably don't go out there and say it. I'm not trying to say that what he's going through is the most grueling, most horrific pain you're going through, but it's probably hard to play the game you want to play, right?
I would agree.
I've never really viewed it as it's this conspiracy of he's doing it to stay ready for the NBA because, quite frankly, I've watched a lot of KU teams in my lifetime. I've seen Bill Self pull the plug on a lot of talented players or not play him anymore or bench him because you're not going to do that here. He's done nothing but support the guy and back the guy and wants him to be out there. And Darren Peterson wants to be out there. And when I was filling in for the program yesterday, I actually had on Henry Greenstein, who covers KU, and I asked him the question of how much does his personality, his image, impact this? If Darren Peterson was this hothead that was spiking water bottles and chairs when he came out, what do you think the narrative looks like then, Shane? oh man, he's gutted. He can't
Gamer.
play. The fact that he doesn't, the fact that he doesn't get too high, too low, even when he hit the game winner against Texas Tech, he didn't change any facial expression.
Yeah.
So when he does this tap to Bill Self, hey, I need out, I'm sorry to tell people that's just who he is. If he feels something coming on, he's taking himself out. But it is so ridiculous to me of the people that say they're better off in the tournament without him. Yeah, KU beat Arizona without him in that game. They found out 15 minutes before the game he wasn't going to play. They also got Allen Fieldhouse at its best. And those guys, as we've seen before, have learned how to play without him.
Yep.
But guess what? When you go up against a Florida or a Michigan or a Duke, you have to have him. And the best chance this team has of winning a national title is him playing out the rest of the regular season. We'll see in the tournament. I'm hoping that he can play 30-plus minutes every single game. But that's the focus here. The focus is him staying out there and getting in rhythm with these guys. And to prove a point, that's why I find it so humorous, Shane. It's not Kansas fans saying that. It's
right.
People that don't want to see Kansas with Darren Peterson. It's like, oh, if I had him in my team, I wouldn't want him anywhere near my players and my fan base. He's just a joke. Yeah, right. We've seen what he looks like when he's on his game. You're telling me that even if let's say he does cramp in the round of 32, let's say he has it, but what if he has 23 points in the first half?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That's better than Shane. 0
point. We've been there before.
Everybody.
Like, I'll take his 23 points in 18 minutes against OSU. I'll take it. Thank you.
Exactly. And again, I know it sounds like I'm coming across to be this left tackle for quarterback Darren Peterson. I'm going to protect his blind side and all that. To me, when he answers these questions, when he speaks to the media, like, you have so much outside noise, and he really just wants to be out there. And I know that some people are waiting for this crazy reaction or this soundbite that he gives that makes it seem that he's bought in. Or, Shane, he's just a quiet 18-year-old.
He called himself a loner.
A loner.
The most recent time that he talked. So he's like, I'm used to dealing with things because I'm an introvert. I'm a loner.
I'm an introvert. Yeah. And that's just the way he's always been. And here's also another thing I firmly stand by. And I know that we are in media, so we talk about things like this. And we talk about people we've never met before.
Mm-hmm.
We've questioned work ethic before. We've questioned this. But what I will say is, if you are a constant vocal person about this, of calling out his desire to be here, his desire to play college basketball, whether he's scamming Bill Self in Kansas, if you really want to go all for it, then how about you talk to the guy? How about you sit down with him? All the national pundits.
I was just talking about if Dickie V's going to pop off, have him interview Bill Self.
Yeah,
say that to him and see what he says.
To the people that are around the program. And that's what I firmly believe in. And I really would say this, Shane, if it was a player on any of the local schools we're talking about, right? I thought last year we had kind of a similar talking point with Coleman Hawkins or Doug McDaniel too. It was like, these guys that make millions of dollars, how bought in are they really? And yeah, I'm sure you could pull up some old clips of us saying, they don't want to be there. But looking back now and seeing it from this point of view, a team that I watch and I root for, yeah, you can call me biased with this, but we really have no place to, and we really don't go above and beyond with it. To me, the annoying people out there are the national people that probably have seen one Darren Peterson game, and it was the BYU game. Then he pulled himself out in the second half. Other than that, you have a bunch of guys that really don't know squat about it. And they see it's usually a video out there, a viral clip, and then you watch it like the Oklahoma State game, him tapping Bill Self. Oh, the wildfire it spread of hit a three, take me out of the game, I got mine. Or, if you sat down with the coaching staff, you sat down with the team and the players, do you really think every coach and every player would defend him as much as they have if he was this guy that didn't really want to be there, wasn't a team player, was load managing to get to the NBA? No, I think it would be very apparent. And there just seems to be this hit piece out there of every game. And Darren Peterson said this last night. It doesn't matter what I do now. Everybody's going to say something after the game. That is the case. He could go for 40 points, and then last minute, he'll be seen on the bench with a heating pad on his thigh. And somebody's going to say, there it is, right?
Hey,
let's take away.
They're must-see TV, man, any way you slice it.
They are. And that goes back to your great point of, it's entertaining to watch because, as Kelvin Sampson said too, you never know what you're going to get. But I just wanted to get on my soapbox here and say, if you are one of the people that says they're better off without him, you're just wrong. You're just flat out wrong. This is not some role player that might be a head case. This is a guy that's going top 3 in the draft. And any team that would have the luxury of having a guy that even has not been available really that much at all this season to have that talent, you don't kick him off the team with 3 regular season games to go. That's dumb. The focus now is getting him in rhythm, playing him every single game, assuming he can, so that come tournament time, you have somebody. And you brought up Remy Martin earlier, Shane. Remy Martin's somebody that didn't really have any availability until he did. And what happened when he was out there playing with the team? He was a game changer for that team that won a national championship. And Darren Peterson is a lot more talented. As much as I love Rennie, he's a lot more talented than him. If he gets into rhythm, yeah, that Twitter question, the ceiling's Final Four. If he never does, ceiling's probably Sweet 16.
And I almost included an option with Darren Peterson, then I deleted it. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Texter said, I got to give this texter props. This is good. A couple texts, I think. Quote, I think this was Self's way of challenging Peterson. He didn't totally call him out, but just pointed out that he was potentially missing a lot of upside. Then the national media grabbed it, and Peterson is like, whoa, these guys are talking about this hurting my NBA stock. Maybe I should step up and stop being so soft. If I'm an NBA executive, it'd be hard to take a chance on him. And then a follow-up text said, notice he waited until almost March to push his buttons, but Self did it without stepping on his toes. Self knows they're a better team with him. I'll give him Sweet 16, then bumped. 316-247-0923. Thank you, Texter, for your perspective. Not too shabby. All right, when we come back, we will shift gears, but not totally. Still college basketball. Paul Mills and Shockers have a big game on Thursday in Memphis against a reeling Tiger team. He spoke to the media, Paul Mills did a little bit ago, and we will play you some of that audio. He talks about a myriad of things. I talked for a little while, talked about Kenyon Giles and his three-point shooting touch, the game against Temple, the upcoming game against Memphis. We'll talk more about that tomorrow too. But some Paul Mills audio, and Shockers have their destiny in their own hands. They control their own destiny. We'll talk Shocker basketball next here on a Tuesday.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Get ready for an exciting week of wrestling, Wichita. For the 7th year in a row, Visit Wichita will host the NAIA Men's Wrestling National Championships. This year's action will take place March 5th through 7th at Heartland Credit Union Arena. And second year in a row, Visit Wichita will host the NAIA Women's Wrestling National Championships. That is March 13th and 14th, also at Heartland Credit Union Arena. Be there to cheer on these amazing wrestlers. Get your tickets today through heartlandcreditunionarena.com. That's heartlandcreditunionarena.com. Don't miss all the exciting action of the NAIA Men's Wrestling National Championships, March 5th through the 7th, followed by the Women's, March 13th and 14th from Heartland Credit Union Arena. Again, go to heartlandcreditunionarena.com.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hi, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor
What
Outlet.
do you think
And this is Brian with another great special on Buchanan
nosebleed
Scotch,
prices for
750 ml, only
KUK State for the final
$33.99.
home game?
And don't forget Coors Light 24
That's a
packs,
Lawrence,
just
huh?
$25.99. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store independently owned and
500?
operated. Neighborhood locations with super
Not
low
too
prices.
high. Had 260.
Brian
Okay.
Haney here. When I'm looking
That's
for the
still a lot.
latest
Yeah,
on
good seats,
Kansas
probably 500.
athletics, I go to Kansas Nation. Interviews.
I thought I'd have a
news
chance
conferences,
because K-State's
daily
not very
and
good
weekly
this year,
shows
but nope.
and podcasts.
Hey, define
It's
nosebleed.
all
How
on
high up is it?
KansasNation.com.
Is it?
I mean, it's still a good
Featuring
seat,
Tyshawn
but
Taylor,
you're in the
Brandon
rafters.
McAnderson,
Yeah.
Chris Harris Jr., KU's official podcast, The Jayhawker with Nate Bukaty, and catch me with Jayhawk greats on Haney and the Hawks. Kansas Nation, built for Jayhawk fans.
was tired of my lady.
Happy Born Day,
Together too long.
singer of this song, Rupert Holmes. The Pina Colada song, timeless tune. We got some Paul Mills audio coming up here in just a second. The Shockers, of course, when I was gone, took on Temple and did that on Mike Kennedy night and did that in front of over $8,000. That had to make your heart happy if you're Shocker fans. The arena not full, but fuller, and maybe more so than anything else, it kept Wichita State's hope alive to secure a top 2 seed in the conference, which basically gives them a triple bye into the semis, which means all somebody that has the 1 or the 2 seed has to do is win 2 games in the conference tournament, and they go dancing. So Wichita State still has a chance to do that. They control their own destiny. They got a trip to Memphis coming up on Thursday, then a trip to UTSA, who is in the basement of the league, and then senior day at home against FAU. That's what Wichita State has next. But because they took care of business against Temple, they still have that opportunity to stay even with Tulsa, who they have the tiebreaker over, and an outside chance, I suppose, at catching USF if they bottom out at the end of the season. Paul Mills talked to the Wichita media earlier today. Here's what he had to say about the upcoming game against Memphis, Kenyon Giles, TJ Williams, lots of other things. Here's head coach Paul Mills.
Well, I don't have a lot here.
We're back.
Business as usual
Yep.
for the Shockers as we enter the last week, go into a game where, late tip-offs, 8 p.m., 7 p.m. on Sunday night. I thought Sunday nights were reserved for NFL football, and then whatever else happens after the season is over. So I've never actually heard of a 7 p.m. game on a Sunday night in the college basketball landscape. Most of them are done by 6. If any of you ever check the NCAA net rankings, are usually up by 6 or 7 just because the 4 o'clock games are done. And so a Sunday night game will be a little different. We've altered the way we practice. We're practicing from 7 to 10 instead of the afternoon schedule, just because we need to be able to perform during that time frame. So it's move into a stretch run here, 2 road games against a Memphis team that's different than what we played here. They just didn't have Sincere Parker. And I think when he comes back, he goes for 40 at Alabama the first time that he's able to step on the floor. So different dynamic, and just really looking forward to today's practice in order to prepare for the week.
And I guess on that, you mentioned Sincere Parker wasn't here in January. He dropped 40 against Birmingham, 20 plus the past through the last 6 games. I guess, what's the game plan around that?
I don't know. I just you have to be able to contain a guy like that. But sometimes when that match gets lit, it's really, really difficult. And, we're one of the top teams in the country at not giving up assisted buckets. And so we kind of put guys a lot on an island and being able to play. So all of that to say, sometimes when guys, they're just getting it going, it makes it really, really difficult just because of the way that we construct our defense. We threw everything but the kitchen sink at Jordan Riley last week and did a number of different things. And again, 37 shot attempts. And 16 of 37 is not the end of the world from a defensive metric number, but it's can you just make them take shots that they may not be efficient in, and at the same time prevent them from getting to the foul line. And so it'll be interesting given Sincere Parker and his ability to score, but we're actually one of the better teams in the country. I think we're 12th in the country at not giving up transition points. And I think, you kind of have to be able to make sure players like that, they're just not getting easies. And I mean, we're good at in transition defense for a number of reasons, primarily because we're good at offensive glass. So teams are a little hesitant to just leak out. And then at the same time, we don't turn the ball over. We do a good job at having a 15% rate from that. So you have to prevent easies and at the same time try to make sure that they're not getting to the foul line.
Going from a team in Temple who's a little bit slower paced to a team in Memphis who's one of the faster paced in the conference. Is that difficult at all? Does it change at all the game plan when it comes to you're going to have more possessions against Memphis than you did on Sunday or Saturday against Temple?
Not really. I mean, I'd be interested. I think it was a 67 possession game here. So that's probably, where it's around. They try to generate some via, they cause teams to turn it over. They really defend the 3-point line. So they do a variety of things because they really encourage you to pass the ball and get open shots. And, are you making them? Are you not? And that's going to come down to a lot of it. But, they have some water bugs, some guys who are just a blur in the open court, which also helps in regards to the tempo, but I think a lot of it has to do with us. Like you've got to be able to handle their pressure, and at the same time, not when they put 2 on the ball, like our guys have to take the right shots. Just because you're open, depends who's open, where are they open, all of those things. So we just need to stay within our strengths.
And then having a guy like TJ who's ball handler, a guy who's played a lot of guard in his career against a team like Memphis who's going to be up in your face pressuring you. How much does that help having another secondary ball handler?
Helps a ton just because of their pressure. They switch, they'll blitz, pick and roll. Go back and look at that game. Will Berg had 4 assists. And so I think it'll be paramount upon all the people that are in ball handling areas. And sometimes that's going to be your bigs and sometimes it's going to be TJ. So we just need to stay within our strengths. We don't need non-passers trying to be passers. And we just need to stay within our strengths because they can kind of bait you into making you pretty uncomfortable.
And I remember you saying after the Temple game, TJ's been a big part of the last 2 outcomes, I guess. What has he been able to do to impact games? Yeah,
more so his aggressiveness. I just think that he's been assertive. What you've seen is a breakout guy. And, he goes in, this last game, we usually get on him pretty hard about getting suburban rebounds rather than city rebounds. And we call a city rebound anything that you can snatch at the rim with 2 hands. And he's getting city rebounds. And then he's able to break out. And he's putting a lot of pressure. And you need a guy who can rebound and then break out. And hey, we're not deferring necessarily to one of the guards, or we're not deferring to somebody else on EPAs. And I think if you look, the thing that I've been most impressed with is I think those guards do a good job of just getting out and running. And so it's allowed TJ to really have opportunities to, if he can rebound and then break out, it's just most bigs, most people at that position have to throw an outlet pass. So the fact that he can handle it in the open court and that level of aggression from the rebound to the breakout to let's go make the right play aids, right? It's the old Al McGuire quote that the best thing about freshmen is they turn into sophomores. But you're watching a player this late in the year, he looks like he's on sophomore level rather than his freshman level.
Right. And, after missing all of last season and a short amount of time this season with the concussion, do you think he's finally getting back to that form that won Gatorade Player of the Year?
Yeah, I mean, I can't compare high school kids that he's going against to college guys. I mean, there's a big difference between a 22-year-old and an 18-year-old, and he's not intimidated. And so that's what you need. You just need players whose eyes get bigger. I think any player, and we show them at this actually on film, we really appreciate it when we get close-ups, is you're going in for a box out and are you squinting? because if you are, it's probably an indicator that you don't really want to be involved in this fight. Versus the guys whose eyes actually get bigger. You can see his eyes get bigger. Coached a guy, Quincy Acey. We would show this all the time with Quincy. And when the shot get up, we watched how big his eyes got. And you can watch some guys, the shot goes up and you'll see them squint because they're anticipating the hit. And you can tell that internally they don't really want to do that. It's kind of just fighting against who they are naturally. TJ's eyes has gotten bigger. And I think that when your eyes get bigger, it kind of tells me that you enjoy the moment and you actually enjoy what you're doing in regards to assisting others. But that's what I appreciate about TJ is that what you've seen is internally he possesses the things that are necessary in order to stay aggressive, especially as you enter March.
Regardless of what you think about Paul Mills, you're going to learn something when you listen to him. City rebounds and squinting. How about that? It's 12:49. They've got a big game coming up on Thursday. We'll continue to talk about it, get you ready for it as we get a little bit closer to it. Speaking of basketball, later on tonight, we've got the high school game of the week. We're getting close to sub-state. And because of that, we're going to bring you a game tonight, and it's a big one in the city. Capon and Heights, our high school game of the week. That's tonight. So you high school basketball fans, you got a treat tonight. Undefeated Capon taking on Heights. Should be a good one later on. When we come back, we need to get to our Top Golf Twitter question. We'll reveal that next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge. Good question. I probably should have him on, shouldn't I? Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting.
Definitely have him on for Ammo Jack Young.
Yeah, we need
personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents. Do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight
if I can
for
convince
your
him to come to
regardless of
Eck,
your legal status.
Because I got a Friday
Guarantee
afternoon
there will be
game
no
there, so I got to
cost
do the
until
show
they
from
win.
there.
PHP will be there to assist
I think
you and
he
help
will.
you navigate the
Just
complicated
the
legal
last day.
process.
Right. What else do you have to do?
316-683-9080 or
I
find them
wonder.
online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs,
Any no-brainer
knowledge-based
question
jobs,
I need to ask
and the
Foot
same
here in a second?
opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time,
Doesn't
donations,
seem
or
like
your
that time of the
engagement,
year,
you make it all possible. That's
telling
because
me.
at Envision, they don't focus on the disability.
do not
they
care.
value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without
I'll
sight,
play a little
but to
game with
envision a
him.
world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
The road to Super Bowl 61 starts right now. Hey, Seren Petro here. Join me and Todd Lebo as we broadcast live this week in Indianapolis, home of the NFL
Did you get any
Combine.
more word on the
We'll
Big
have
12
chiefs press
tourney?
conferences, one-on-one interviews with players, coaches, executives,
yeah.
and analysts from all
I'll tell you in
around
a
the
minute.
league.
Text me.
We'll
Yeah,
get you
I'll
ready
text
for the NFL Draft and break down what a successful offseason looks like for your Kansas City Chiefs. So join me, Seren Petro, and Todd Lebo as we bring you everything you need from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. It's all right here, live on your home of the National Football League, ESPN Wichita 92.3.
The great George Thorogood, born today. He's got a lot of bangers from back in the day. We need to get to the Top Golf Twitter question, or X question, if you prefer. It is brought to you by Top Golf. Looking for the perfect venue to host your next big event in Wichita? Look no further than Top Golf Wichita. Whether it's a corporate event, client appreciation night, birthday bash, fundraiser, or tournament, Top Golf Wichita has got you covered. Tee off your next event with Top Golf today. visit Topgolf Wichita online or call, reserve your date. The number is 316-394-4057. That's 394-4057 to reserve your date. If you want some cool freebies from Topgolf and you live here in Wichita, text us. Text Topgolf to 316-247-0923. That's Topgolf. You want some free stuff from Topgolf, we'll give it to you if you're lucky enough. Text Topgolf 316-247-0923. The Topgolf Twitter question is, what is KU's ceiling in March? And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we talked about KU coming off that win against Houston. If you got thoughts, you can still bring those in if you want at the same number of our Topgolf Twitter question text line. But what's KU's ceiling in March? I almost had 4 options in this question, which 95% of the time I try to give you 4 options for the Twitter question because they, allow 4. But I left off Darren Peterson qualifier. And that's, we kind of put that to bed as best we could. And without telling you, if you want to know what's really real, as far as we know, and as close as you're going to get to the program, we feel like we're there, and you don't necessarily need to listen to First Take to get your Darren Peterson news. But I left it off because I think like I said, we went there, we took care of it. We told you as much as we know and what we think you need to know about the situation. And maybe most importantly, is the team better with or without him? So that is put to bed. And on this show anyway, I can't speak for Pat or, the guys in KC, New Day with SSJ, or the program with Seren. Sure, they got their own thoughts, but those are ours. Jack's and mine are pretty much in lockstep, and we will continue to give you everything that we know and that we hear from Bill Self, for example, and Hawk Talk, by the way. Hawk Talk, always informative and entertaining as the season goes along. But with that, the question is, what is KU's ceiling in March? And without the qualifier, you can answer however you like. Final 4, Sweet 16, Elite 8. I left off national champions, I guess. And I suppose I could have added that. And considering the voter turnout that we've gotten so far, which has been pretty good, I guess there would be some, I don't know how many. It's hard to tell with these things because my Twitter questions oftentimes go the opposite of the way I think they will when I dream them up. But so far, Sweet 16 is the ceiling for 56.5% of you. Speaking of surprises, that's a little surprising. And then it's a tie for second or third, because there's only 3 of them, of what y'all think KU's ceiling in March is. And that's a tie between Elite 8 and Final 4. So I guess in retrospect, should have put national champs or national final. You get to the national final. Doesn't matter if you lose it or not. You made it all the way to the title game. But opportunity lost by me, which won't be the first, certainly not the first, won't be the last. But still plenty of time to vote and repost if you haven't yet. At ESPN Wichita, what is KU's ceiling in March? Final 4, Sweet 16, or Elite 8? All right, that'll do it for hour number 1. When we come back, our Tuesday visit every week with Jordan Foote. Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Old Foote going to join me for the first time in a while. Coming up next, hour 2.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton.
The high school game of the week continues, and this week it might be the high school game of
This is the one I was talking about.
After an overtime thriller in their first week, the number one team in 5A, Cape and Mount Carmel, looks to stay undefeated.
See, I hadn't heard
They
this
hit
one.
the road
Yeah.
and take on Wichita High, who looks to stake their claim with their fourth straight conference championship. Coverage begins this Tuesday night at 7 o'clock.
I wanted to make sure my ears weren't dirty or something.
On
Right.
ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Now I get it
Research
now.
shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You will absolutely love February at Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resort. Simply swipe your Seven Clans reward card for a chance at food, free play, and cash. Earn rewards for Mardi Gras Mania on February 24th with a $10,000 cash giveaway and be our Valentine every Saturday. One person will win $5,000 in cash every Saturday night. It's all at Seven Clans First Council Resort and Casino, home of Oklahoma certified Lucis Slots, Highway 77 in Newport,
Wichita's sports leader.
Hey, I'll take some.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
He's
KKGQ
gonna eat
Newton.
his dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor
Whole
and
foot
heat.
on two.
Frank's Red Hot.
Roger.
I put that on everything.
Your home for the best Royal Spring training coverage. ESPN
I watched
Wichita
Moneyball on the plane to Arizona.
92.3 FM.
Moneyball was on last night. I watched it again.
Growing up at this level and understanding that
It was on a rando channel. I really had to hunt for it.
Deep. There's a lot of talent here, a lot of guys with a lot of really great stuff. When you have a manager like you adding a switch hitter this year, I thought was big as well because that's one less move he has to worry about.
For the latest on the Kansas City Royals, keep it right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu, coming your way. Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, BCW brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Head by 21st and Webb here in Wichita. Taste the difference for yourself. They always have samples there. Ask for Jeannie. Tell them ESPN Wichita sent you. She will hook you up regardless of your occasion. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Or you can go online and order that way, boothcreekwagyu.com. Jordan, good to catch up with you. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good, buddy. It's glad to have you back this week and chat about the craziness that is the sporting world. Plenty going on right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a tweener time. We got a little bit until the NFL draft. There have been some moves made. I want to talk about a few of them. And I have a means to an end. So give me a little leeway if you don't mind, Your Honor. First of all, Chiefs make a move on their defensive line, clear up a little cap space. Talk a little bit about what you think about that move. Were you surprised with Mike Dana?
No, not one bit. I think that if you had to rank the low-hanging fruit of Jawan Taylor, Drew Tranquil, Mike Dana, that whole list, he'd probably be at the top. And really, it's just a matter of production versus salary. And the Chiefs kind of have a habit of making some of these guys a little bit more difficult to move on from. That's something that I've been talking in a couple group texts with friends about today. This one was fairly straightforward. You're getting closer, ever so closer to breaking even on the salary cap. And there was a chart that went around, I want to say a few weeks ago, and it was how much cap space every team could maneuver to with like a maximum restructure deals. And the Chiefs were pretty high on that list. Like if they had everything kicking the proverbial tin can down the road, they could free up quite a bit of money and have a big offseason. And Brett Veach, when he spoke earlier today, kind of danced around that a little bit. He acknowledged that they do have the flexibility, but then said they run a tight ship when it comes to not pushing a lot of money into the future, not carrying a ton of dead cap, not, using void years, things of that nature. So they're kind of in this weird, it's been marketed as a 2-year rebuild type of thing. Mike Dana moving on seems to be a very, very easy lever to pull. And I really wouldn't be surprised if his market just didn't materialize and maybe later in the offseason he does re-sign with the Chiefs. But for right now, on that current deal, it just made way too much sense to not move on from him.
Okay, I'm going to ask a fairly obvious question for the passing fan, but maybe not as obvious for the entrenched person like yourself, our insider, our expert. You do this for a living. How feasible, sensible would it be for the Chiefs to be flirting around with an injured and rehabbing Tyreek Hill, considering the state of their wide receiver room? Had to ask it. What do you think?
I think it is possible, and we've seen some national reports that they're monitoring the situation like I'm monitoring winning the lottery one day. That stuff can happen, and you can, quote unquote, be monitoring a situation. I think that gets thrown around quite a bit, but it does make sense for Tyreek Hill, I think, specifically to return to where he got drafted, return to a coaching staff, not only with Andy Reid, but also Eric Bieniemy, that would surely like to have him in the fold. Chad O'Shea seems to be saying the right stuff thus far in his tenure as wide receivers coach. It would be Xavier Worthy insurance. It would be partially replacing Hollywood Brown and what you're presumably losing from him. Maybe Tyquan Thornton replacing some of that big playability. But the elephant in the room is he's well over the age of 30 now. When he last played and was quote unquote healthy, wasn't the same player he was in his prime, or even let's say 95 or maybe even 90% of that. This is a diminished version of Tyreek Hill, probably not an all-pro or that level of player, even if he didn't suffer a catastrophic leg/knee injury. All of that said, could potentially help the Chiefs. Now, I think that you probably just pass on it and you invest in a wide receiver with the 9th overall pick in the 2026 NFL draft. You maybe go for a Carnell Tate or a Jordan Tyson, a Mekhi Lemon, some guy like that. But with the potentially deflated market, we always say it takes one crazy team to kind of drive that up. I would be really surprised if there was a crazy team who gave Tyreek Hill like a 2 for $40 or something like that. The Chiefs could maybe get in with some incentives, some bonuses along the way for playing time, receptions, yards, touchdowns. Then also, because they're the Kansas City Chiefs and because they've got players to do this in the past, there could be team accomplishment type things like a divisional round appearance, an AFC championship game, the Super Bowl. So without knowing what Tyreek Hill is looking for contractually, I do think that the Chiefs are at least keeping an eye on it. It wouldn't completely surprise me if it happened, but personally, I'm not entirely sure that that juice is worth the squeeze in 2026.
And on top of all that, lest we all forget that when it goes for NFL wide receivers, it really goes. And the best example I can think of, although there are plenty, is Dez Bryant. And Dez Bryant, to my recollection, didn't blow out his knee like Tyreek Hill did. So I'm not saying one is going to lead to the other, but NFL fans and fantasy football fans, frankly, and most insiders understand that, man, when wide receivers lose a step, especially fast guys, although Dez wasn't necessarily a burner, when it goes, it goes. So you might, as much as nostalgia is fun, to your point, maybe kick the tires and just give them a little cursory, hey, best of luck for the rest of your future, but not for us.
Well, and another one, Shane, that I just thought of, and I had to pull up the stats while you were going on about it, which was a great point. Cooper Kupp comes to mind as a guy who, age 28 season, had the Triple Crown, came back, only played in 9 games, but still had like over 800 yards. He was pacing for 1,600. But the past 3 years, 12 games. And even though he played in 16 and started 15 for Seattle this past year, and yes, he did make plays in the playoff run. Yes, he was a valuable contributor on that team, but he had 593 yards and 2 touchdowns all season long. That is not Cooper Kupp level production. It was also his age 32 campaign, which Tyreek Hill is going to be getting into. So can he be a occasional like Tyquan Thornton level contributor where he's your third, fourth best wide receiver and give you some big plays and do all that? Yes, but considering the magnitude of the player, the money it might take to get him, the injury, all of that, I'm totally with you that you can flash a little bit once every 3-4 weeks, but snap to snap, game to game, if you don't have it anymore, it's going to be blatantly obvious. And I lean that even with the type of athlete he is, Tyreek Hill probably isn't going to have that anymore.
Jordan's Juicy Takes brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu, boothcreekwagyu.com to order. 21st Web if you're here in Wichita. And maybe to take that a step further, Jordan, the conventional wisdom is, especially within the last, 7 years or so, you want to draft a running back, that's cool, but don't give him another contract. Run his wheels off, and then you move on and go on to the next. Can we say the same thing about wide receivers? Like, don't give them a next contract, just draft another one? And what's the difference?
I think it's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. And really, I think it also depends on that track record of the football character. How healthy have they largely been? And you're kind of taking a jump on, and this is what a lot of former and even current GMs have said, you're not paying really based on what they've done. You're trying to project what they can do with those contracts, and that makes it iffy. But another example could be like a Hollywood Brown. He came in and early on with Baltimore, had a 1,000-yard season, went to Arizona, made a good impact in the first year, even though injuries kind of eventually sapped him. But once they did, he pretty much completely lost it. And last season, I'd say he was probably just a replacement level player for the Chiefs, and now they definitely needed that at certain points over the course of the year. But unless you have this like big-bodied target or supreme athlete who's in their prime and doesn't have character concerns and hasn't had catastrophic injuries, and they don't want market resetting money and maybe George Pickens is a prime example of that this offseason with the Cowboys. And honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised, and frankly, this might be how I do it, that if you can carry that type of tag level value, you kind of go for it and say, prove it for another year. Maybe we'll pay you again. But DK Metcalf has been on the wrong side of the coin. I think a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba, Puka Nacua, they'll be on the right side of the coin. But it is a conversation you have to have legitimately, that if you have a top, let's say 20 receiver in the NFL, and maybe Rashee Rice does fall into this bucket, but has plenty of off-the-field stuff that might kind of detract from it. It's a tug-and-pull kind of combo to have, and I don't envy any general manager that has an ascending young player or one that may have peaked, and you're trying to figure out, can you pay them to keep doing this year over year, when in reality the NFL, all it takes is one snap to throw you off track.
You know who else feels to me like he's on the high wire right now and could fall off? A guy like Terry McLaurin.
Yeah. He's sneakily, like, he's got to be 30 years old by now, 31 maybe. He's got to be up there because he broke onto the scene pretty late. I'm trying to stall right now. He's 30 on the dot. He'll be 31 in September.
Yeah.
So that does not surprise me, especially coming off the shortened year that he just had. That's a good call.
And that's between when's the running back no longer useful and when's the wide receiver going to completely break down, between catastrophic injury and age with the receivers, with the McLaurin thing. He's been banged up, but nothing, that was required him missing an entire year. But then you got the running backs, which I'm sure if you like football at all, you've heard the theory on him. Okay, so this has been on my mind for a little while now. Had a lot of time over the last couple of days getting back here to think about it and discuss it. The Tyreek Hill question and the Mike Danek question, we got sidetracked with the last two topics. But getting back to those, as it pertains to the Chiefs salary cap, and you brought it up a little bit, but I want to let you go before I cut you off to circle back down to it. How would you define how easily circumnavigable the salary cap is? Is it a real thing? And the best way that you can describe the salary cap and the supposed trouble that the Chiefs are in, and seemingly every offseason they get out of that trouble because somebody or a couple of somebodies decides to restructure their contract. It's deferred, it's a signing bonus, and now we're no longer in salary cap trouble. How does this happen every season and off season for most every team?
It is the illusion of choice, I think, and the kind of, if you have the quote unquote flexibility, that concept is sometimes overrated in sports, I think. And it is important, don't get me wrong, to be able to get yourself out of the jam or make a late season signing or absorb a big contract in a trade. Like, all of that stuff is critical, but the Chiefs have honestly done a pretty darn good job, even back to when Brent Tillis was in town, of maneuvering the cap, not keeping a ton of dead money on their books. They've not used void years. They haven't had to dig into Clark Hunt's pocketbook. Like, the stipulations they've operated under versus the amount of spending and acquisition they've been able to do, it's honestly impressive. And I think it came to a head last offseason when they whiffed on so many moves and kind of sat out some things. In this offseason, man, I think people kind of have this little, it's the stick to the model thing that's been going around on Twitter. And it's a fantastic offseason simulation. And I think it's getting pretty close with each like patch that comes out where the free agent values are better and you can restructure deals and what have you. Everyone gets to the same end point and says, okay, well, I did X, Y, and Z, and I got to the Chiefs having, let's say, 35, 40 million in cap space. Okay, they can go give 5 years, 100 million to this player and make the year one cap hit super low, and they can restructure this guy and this guy. Like, all of that technically is possible. And the Chiefs right now at 3-4 million above the cap as we speak, they can get rid of Drew Tranquil and get below the cap. They can move on from Jawan Taylor and get below the cap. Jalen Moore, I think, is staying in town. They can trade Trent McDuffie and recoup some assets and get below the cap. Like, all of that can happen. But all these simulations seem to have a George Karlaftis restructure. He just got paid. A Trey Smith restructure. He just got paid. Like, you're kicking these tin cans down the road. And on one hand, when you restructure these deals, you can spread out that cap hit over 5 years. So if it's a 4-year deal that just now kicks in, it would behoove you to probably make that move now so you can have lesser additional cap hits in the future. Whereas if you have a guy with 2 years left on the deal and you kind of maneuver some money, you're loading up in 2 seasons instead of 3, instead of 4, instead of 5. So it's a long road to a short path that the Chiefs do have the ability to be players in free agency, and they technically can afford a high-profile running back like a Kenneth Walker if they wanted to. Looks like Breece Hall's off the table. Travis Etienne was reported to have interest in joining the Chiefs late last week, so that's an option. But in terms of patching up, okay, we have a high-level running back. We were in the Alec Pierce sweepstakes. Like, we added Tyreek Hill with this exorbitant amount of money. We fought for Mike Evans. We signed Romeo Doubs. We got a high-profile defensive end that can be the co-star with George Karlaftis. Oh, and we also added to the linebacking core and the safety room and the cornerback room and retained a talent. That just isn't going to happen. So, yes, they are flexible. Yes, they can make moves, but I do think that it's the illusion of that flexibility that does lead people a little bit too far off the beaten path.
Just seems, predictable that your favorite team in the offseason is going to have to restructure some big guys on their team. They end up doing it. And without being a capologist, it makes you wonder why or how that was avoidable to start with. You know what I mean? The guaranteed money versus the deferred money in baseball. You hear about that all the time, but signing, but let's convert this into a signing bonus, and now we're out of trouble. And so I guess, it's like you say, a long path to a short explanation of, well, now we're fixed again. Now we're whole again. And Patrick Mahomes, for example, and Kelsey, I think too, those guys, how many times in their career have we heard about them acquiescing to, all right, this is going to help us long term, but you're still going to get yours? Makes you wonder how ironclad these contracts are, and makes you wonder how ironclad the salary caps are, which you illustrated pretty perfectly that it's an illusion in many ways.
Well, it is. And everyone always makes a big deal of, oh my goodness, this player, like what a stand-up guy, just a heroic effort to restructure their deal. Like, it doesn't make a difference. They're going to get paid either way. And really, if your owner has the money in escrow to make that happen and convert that roster bonus or convert that base salary to a signing bonus, whatever your mechanism is going to be, really it helps the player more than them doing anything crazy. It should be a simple phone call of, hey, Patrick, we are going to cut you this check up front because Clark has it waiting in the bank. Can we do this? And he says yes and jumps for joy, or I guess stands up for joy, given the
hops on one leg for joy.
Exactly. And now he has the $85 million cap hit next year, and everyone was freaking out saying, what are they going to do? You technically could spread that out again and restructure if you wanted to. I would argue that it's going to be time for a new contract within the next year or two for Patrick Mahomes. And I think it was after might have been the 24 season. Somebody leaked that 27 was always kind of the point that they were going to revisit that. So that seems to be ironclad. And to Kelsey's point, he wasn't making market value for quite a while. And then had 1 year where he came in and they restructured it like during training camp to get some more maneuvering room. It is interesting. And I think it's a combination of, if you're Philly, your owner just going all in for a few-year window and paying the cost in 2030, or if you're the Chiefs trying to be a little bit more sustainable with how you're doing it. I think the way they're doing it is probably closer to the right way. But then again, if you win one Super Bowl, that buys you some goodwill for quite a while. So it's a balancing act because nothing's ever guaranteed in the NFL.
One question about the AFC West, and we'll let you go. There was some smoke and maybe a little bit of fire over the last couple of months when it came to the future of Max Crosby with the Raiders. How likely is it that he returns there? I guess maybe more specifically, what are the odds that he returns to Vegas versus he plays somewhere else next year?
I still think he's going to stick around. Like, that's just my thought. It seems like he went on, it might have been McAfee, and kind of, he didn't go all the way out to say, I want to be here, I want to spend the rest of my career here, but he also did the obligatory, like, I'm where my feet are planted, people are talking a lot, I'm focused on ball. Like, it reminds me of, to make like an NBA comparison, like a Giannis situation or like Damian Lillard, where these guys who are profoundly loyal to their franchises and they built this reputation for it, where they're unhappy and they won't exactly come out and say it, but when you're kind of marketing things like that, it makes it more difficult to straight up make that trade happen. If there's not an outright demand, if the team is trying to toe the line between being competitive, and it's not like Max Crosby is 35 years old or falling off as a player. He has very manageable cap hits over the next few years. He just signed a new deal. So maybe if he does want to get traded and have a team rip up his contract and give him Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson, TJ Watt money, he's in that tier 2 of defensive end pay. I think if the knee procedure he got is going to pan out and he's going to be healthier and motivated, that's really never a question. But man, a winning environment could turn him into just an outright beast. But I would still contend that on February 24th that he's probably going to stay in Las Vegas. Okay, good stuff. Jordan, good to catch up with you again. Good to visit with you. Have a great week. Yep, you too, buddy.
Jordan Foote and Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. They're at 21st and Webb here in Wichita. Head by there, tell them ESPN Wichita sent you, or you can order online, boothcreekwagyu.com. Go to the website, click around, scroll around. They got a lot of good stuff there, and it's not just beef, it's not just ribeyes, not just fillets. They got all kinds of stuff. Plus, at the physical location, 21st and Webb, they got some great seafood in there too. So your next occasion, you want to do surf and turf, Booth Creek Wagyu, highly recommend. I love it, and you will too. 123, when we come back, we'll have a little Ask the Producer. But before we get there, give us a call and win some lottery tickets if you're lucky. $30 in Kansas Lottery X Games Scratchers, 316-669-4996. ATP, next.
You're listening to The Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
When it comes to money, what matters most to you? It's not an easy question because your answer can change at a moment's notice. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of helping people ask themselves that question and providing financial solutions that are tailored to your ever-changing wants and needs. From setting short-term goals to planning for your future, if it matters to you, it matters to us. And together, we'll find the answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Brian Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet.
And this is Blake Davis with another great deal on 90 plus wines, 750 ml, just $9.99.
And Seagram 7, 1.75 liters, only $19.99.
Davis Liquor Outlet.
Each store independently owned and operated.
Neighborhood locations with super store price.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
We ride to clear our heads, to feel the road beneath us. It's not just a hobby, it's a part of who we are. We also know how quickly things can change. One careless driver and life looks different. At Prochaska Law, we're not just lawyers. We are riders too. We understand what you're facing and we'll ride with you every step of the way. This month, give riders the space and the respect we all deserve.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. Locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Johnson City, man, she's about the prettiest thing in the state. So I went down to the DMV, was gonna get me some vanity plates.
Born day Sammy Kershaw. It is 1:27 here on Tuesday. Hey, tomorrow we've got a lot of Wichita State talk, and it will vary in different hours between sports. So we'll let you know that. Also, it occurred to me that we're sort of behind on the movie reviews. So we'll have one of those tomorrow. It will be courtesy of Jack, 1:00. So 1:00 tomorrow, a Boulevard Theater movie review with old Jack, and it'll be Shocker intensive tomorrow as well. And we'll leave it at that. We've got an interview set up in each hour having to do with Shocker sports. So Shocker fans, tomorrow, lock in. Noon to 2. We'll hook you up. All right. It's Ask the Producer now. And we haven't played this in a while, and it's very simple. We will just have a few questions here and there. Normally the the topic is consistent, and it's one that either Jack asked me for ask the host, or I asked Jack for ask the producer, and it has to do with one particular topic or group of things. This one is a little bit of hodgepodge. So it's a little bit of everything, and it's somewhat topical because it either has to do with me, Jack, or things we're talking about, or sports, or all the, bear with us. Hopefully it'll from this, but producer, because it's semi kind of sort of trivia, but in some cases kind of not. So first of all, here we go. And I'm old Jack Young's coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. And Chance will join us again. Chance has been a staple over the last couple of weeks here on the airwaves. And we'll hear from him here again in just a little bit. But first, Jack, I thought about this particular topic on Saturday, I think, as I was gone. And it took a little research, obviously, with P. Give me your best guess.
Let's say they migrated, whatever that would be, west, warmer climate.
Migratory answer, yes. My first thought was, and it could have been with the state that I was, how did birds get here? Like that far, you can't. I was stunned. How about you?
I guess it depends on the size of the bird, but also maybe it's like one of those things with sharks where they have to keep moving or they'll die. So constant. I know that's not the case for birds, but they probably have.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The wandering tattler, the bristle-thighed curlew, the ruddy turnstone, those are all migratory birds. So there's that. There's also, if you've ever been to Hawaii, they have a bunch of finches. Finches are teeny tiny birds. They reached Hawaii through human-assisted introductions rather than natural migration, intentionally brought to the island of Oahu, which is where I was, from California between 1870 and the early 1900s. And by then, they spread throughout all the major Hawaiian islands. So the finches, y'all are familiar with if you've ever been to Hawaii, those little bitty guys. And then there were also some other bird species that were introduced to Hawaii, including their national bird, which, much to Chance's disappointment, the national bird is the Hawaiian goose. It's a relative of the Canadian goose, and it has evolved with some adaptations after it was taken there, and they lay their eggs there, and it's a Hawaiian thing. So very good. Good answer, Jack. Some do actually make it there on their own, which blew my mind once I looked it up. Very simple. Ask the producer question here. Have you ever had Spam?
I have. I love it.
You really do?
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Okay. If you're being serious, I'll give you one more chance. If you are being serious, how do you like it prepared? How do you enjoy it?
I like it when you go to like Hawaiian Bros and you get the little Spam cakes where it's on the bed of rice.
Yes.
Those are delicious. Yeah.
Okay. It's a polarizing piece of meat, and it's, as Jack alluded to, very popular in Hawaii. And if you go to McDonald's in Hawaii, part of your breakfast, if you want to order it, has Spam. So for those of you who didn't know, now you know. Who goes number one in the NBA draft? Should I qualify this? If you had the number one pick and you're an NBA GM, maybe to make it clear or harder, who would you take?
Well, I mean, I thought it was very apparent when we saw the AJ DeBanza and Darren Peterson that Darren Peterson is a much better pure scorer. And the difference is AJ DeBanza, when he gets the NBA, will probably see a lot more guys his size that can move like him. Where Darren Peterson, more of a combo guard, his only question to me is not ability, it's durability, which I know you got to factor in here.
Of course.
I would not envy who I think I'd much rather be the number two pick there, because whoever they take, we'll just take the other, and you don't have to live with that pressure. Because if you pass on Darren Peterson and these cramping issues go away, you're probably going to be missing out on one of the better guards that will be in the NBA in the next couple of years, if not for a long, long time. I'll roll the dice and say that moving forward, there won't be too many bad hiccups in terms of him having to go sit out and having these cramping issues. And really, once the season's over, Shane, I think people are going to kind of forget about that no matter where KU ends up, and they'll probably still take Darren Peterson number one.
Addendum. If you are the team with the number one pick, and if you had the capability, would you trade back to number two and take whatever they give you, and then whoever falls there, you're fine? Would you do that?
No, I think if you're number one, you got to make that choice. And like I said, number two is easier because if your pick bombs, it's like, well, we didn't get the chance to get player X. And no, if you trade out of number two and that team moves up and takes Darren Peterson and he goes and averages 30 a game in the NBA, you look like an idiot no matter who you got.
And to clarify, I don't agree that trading out of the number one spot in the NBA is quite the same as doing it in the NFL, which I think we're all really familiar with as far as stockpiling picks, because the NBA draft is freaking crazy when it comes to who you draft and who actually ends up on your team and yada, yada, yada. How many wins do the Royals end up with in 2026?
I'm going to say 88 and 74.
Why then? And I agree, because a lot of the experts, the insiders, including you, our very own, have them up around 90, somewhere in the 88 to 90 range in their predictions for the 2026 season, which would, if they do, pretty much making a shoe-in for the playoffs. So why is 82.5 their win total for a lot of the Vegas prognosticators, the DraftKings, the BetMGMs, the FanDuel, things like that? Can you explain that? I know they want money coming in on both sides, but why isn't it a little higher in your opinion?
I just think it's not any higher because with the Royals, it wouldn't surprise me either if they go 80 and 82. It's just they've never been a consistent 90-win team where you feel that confident to put their win total number one in the American League Central. They got to go show for a couple of years that you don't even question it. It's like, yeah, at bare minimum, they're getting 85 wins. And even if you do, a lot of the Pacoda projections and fan graphs, they're not going to make you a 90-win team. I mean, even the Dodgers want to say they're like at exactly 100, and they've got the talent to win 115, as we know.
Right.
So it's always lower than what your ceiling really is. What I keep going back to is this, and maybe call me an optimist. I don't care if you do, but the Royals were atrocious offensively last year. I mean, atrocious. Their starting outfield, their opening day outfield, was a guy who hit under 100 for a chunk of the season, then a guy who hit under 160 for a chunk of the season, a center fielder who did hit around 250, 260, but OBP was either barely north of 300 or slightly below it. He's a good defender, but that's what they dealt with in the outfield. Statistically, the worst offensive outfield in baseball. They had 45-year-old Rich Hill starting at some point. They didn't have their ace for the majority of the season.
You can't get off of that topic, by the way.
No, I mean, that's just, to me, that's the most. And I understand why they had to do it. There was nobody else they could turn to.
But it was sad that they had to do it.
It was sad. The guy that was their best pitcher in the first half was not available for the second half. Yes, they got incredible seasons from Michael Garcia, Bobby Witt Jr., Vinny Pasquantino. They got regression from Salvador Perez. They got regression from Jonathan India. Their bullpen did have the league leader in saves in Carlos Estevez, but also there were still a lot of holes in the bullpen as well. Yet that team was a game out of a playoff spot in September. And I would ask you, if you are that optimist like me, you have Cole Reagans for the entirety of the season. You have Chris Bubich for the entirety of the season. The offense with defenses moving in won't be bottom three in baseball. You're telling me that doesn't make him 6 wins better? I don't know, man. I mean, it's also a division that's not very good. I mean, it's not been very good for a while. Tigers are still my pick to win it. Even then, they're not a juggernaut. They got a great rotation, but I still have questions about the offense in the same way I do about the Royals offense. Cleveland, yeah, I'm never going to count them out. On paper, though, and that's why they're picked like 3rd or 4th in the division, because offensively, they're not good. And now they don't have one of their X factors in Emmanuel Clase, who was one of the best closers in baseball. Minnesota is going to be worse this year. Chicago will be better. but not 75
Mm-hmm.
win better. I'm sure they're going to be around 65 to 70 wins. You got to capitalize on it. To me, it's more about health with this team. If they can stay healthy, that rotation is going to give them a really good chance to win 85 to 88 games.
And finally, how many either current or now defunct CFL teams can you name? And I will accept just the city, but extra credit if you give me the city and the nickname for Canadian Football League teams that either exist right now or ever, but no longer do.
Isn't the Argonauts one of them?
Yes, Toronto Argonauts.
And
you can just give me city if you want to start guessing. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Very good.
Okay. Let's go with. I already got Toronto and Winnipeg.
I'll give you a little bit of a hint.
Okay.
A handful of defunct CFL teams resided in the United States.
Okay.
In the 90s. But continue. Maybe that'll help you. Maybe it won't.
Gosh, for the Canadian Football League they were in the States. I'll say New York for one of them.
There was never a CFL team in New York.
How about Vermont?
Never in Vermont. Nowhere close to the northern part of the United States, which makes no sense, but neither did the CFL half the time.
Let's go with like Chicago.
No, way too far north. Okay. Shreveport, San Antonio, Sacramento, Las Vegas, Memphis, Birmingham, and finally somewhat northeast. Baltimore had a team for 2 years. Can you believe that?
That makes no sense.
I know. It's asinine.
And probably why it's never really been able to take off.
Sacramento gold miners existed in 1993 and 1994. All right. I'll give you the rest of the current CFL guys. Would you rather have the nickname and guess the city or the other way around?
I'll guess the city.
Tiger Cats.
So one of these teams. I'll go Sacramento.
No, Hamilton. These are all in Canada now.
Oh, in Canada. Okay.
Yeah. The Alouettes.
Oh, I should know this one. Banff. I don't know.
Banff. Montreal.
Go.
The Montreal Alouettes. All right. These are called the Red Blacks, and they used to be called the Rough Riders. What city?
I'm running out of Canadian cities.
It's the capital of Canada.
Oh, crap. Don't do that.
Which is even worse for you.
It's so much worse. All I know is we beat them in hockey. That's what I care about.
Ottawa. Ottawa Red Blacks, which used to be the Ottawa Rough Riders. Did you already say Winnipeg? What's their nickname?
That was my first guess. Yeah.
Okay. What's their nickname?
Is it a unique name?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Nobody else that I can think of in the history of the world has had this one.
The Snowmen.
Blue Bombers. Good guess.
And you did say that. Yeah. Now, you Blue Bombers, you already did say.
Okay. And finally, Calgary.
Not the Flames.
Nope.
Coyotes.
Stampeders. There you go. CFL fun. 143. When we return, I'm old. Jack's young. Next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
When you're looking for new appliances, Menards is the place to shop. We have an excellent in-stock appliance selection from great brands at the best prices. Ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit Menards and save big money on appliances today. Plus, check out Menards.com to view all of our great deals happening this week.
That Connor Griffin guy for the Pirates.
So
Research
good.
shows listeners prefer a personalized
That guy's
experience.
legit.
So to help you remember,
Connor
Liberty
Griffin.
Mutual
Yeah.
Why is he
customizes
in
your
this?
home insurance.
Just
We personalize
slugging
this ad for
bombs.
Amber, who
For
really
their
misses
spring
boy
training
bands from
team.
the 90s.
Get two out of the
Girl,
fake
I'm the
Fenway
cute
down
one,
in
here to tell
Great
you how
State.
Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The
Maybe
only thing I love
two?
more than you
Three,
is
maybe?
saving.
Okay.
And I'm the
Yeah, I
other
was
boy in
gonna
the
say.
band everyone forgot about.
I think he was the same draft as
Only pay
Cags.
for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Oh, he's 19.
Today
2024
on Hey Culligan,
draft.
Smart Home,
So yeah,
Smart
same
Water
draft as
Softener.
Cags.
Here's
Ninth
Kevin.
overall
Hey
pick.
Culligan, get a Smart Water Softener, lift those heavy salt bags for me. Kevin, it can. Wait, it can? Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags. I mean, I could lift them if I wanted. No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where
That Cags
Conradi
draft is
Insurance
loaded.
comes in.
No
delivering
kidding.
Elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk. We protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
The road to Super Bowl 61 starts right now. Hey, Seren Petro here. Join me and Todd Lebo as we broadcast live
That
this
NBC
week
show with
in
Tracy
Indianapolis,
Morgan looks
home of the NFL Combine.
funny.
Is it a new one?
Press
Yeah.
conferences, one-on-one interviews with
Okay.
players,
I'll
coaches,
have to check it out. I
executives,
haven't
Reggie
and
Dinkins.
analysts from all
Okay.
around the league. We'll get you ready for the NFL Draft and break down what a successful offseason looks like for your Kansas City Chiefs. So join me, Seren Petro, and Todd Lebo as we bring you everything you need from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. It's all right here, live on your home of the National Football League, ESPN Wichita 92.3.
I'm old. Jack Young. Finally, a legit. I'm old. Jack is young. He's back from Surprise. I'm back. Chance still here. In for Pat today in the Pulse. Royals Reds today. Goodyear. Why would I overthink this? You just playing this?
You can't name a second song of theirs.
Is that so? Now I am overthinking it. I would be embarrassed if I don't get this. Is this Limp Bizkit?
No.
Oh.
I don't know who this is anyway.
Chance just laughed. If you,
I just thought it was funny that you said Limp Bizkit. But this was on
okay.
No,
Why?
just that Limp Bizkit's such a funny name. Just see.
It's true. It is
spelled funny. It looks funny.
Right.
I don't know
Are you
who it is.
disappointed, Jack?
No,
What?
I'm not disappointed in you.
Who is it?
Saliva.
No wonder. Okay. I don't feel bad then.
This is in a MLB The Show game way back when.
You're right. I can't name another Saliva song since I couldn't name that one. I don't mind that song. Dang. I'm going to think on that one. That bugs me a tad. All right. Born Day February 24. Start you with non-Big Four, Jack. 45-year-old Leighton Hewitt.
You said Leighton Hewitt?
Yeah, non-Big Four.
That sounds very familiar.
I was going to say, I thought you for sure get this.
Well, I'll use the context clues. And you said I should have gotten it's non-Big Four. I'll say tennis.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I would have thought that would have been, oh, yeah, I know who Leighton Hewitt is. Yeah. Australian tennis player. Early 2000s major winner. Wimbledon, U.S. Open. Also non-Big Four. Floyd Mayweather Jr., 49.
Boxer.
You see he's running it back with Pacquiao?
I did.
Talk about a recession indicator.
Correct. I did see that. Also 49, same age as Floyd Mayweather Jr. Bronson Arroyo.
Former Red Sox in red.
Didn't he pitch for the Royals for a bit too?
I don't think so.
I thought he
did. He get a minor league invite?
I thought he made like a spring training team.
He may have done
no,
that.
he didn't.
Yeah, okay. This is an easy day, Jack. You're not going to miss any of them. Since you got Leighton Hewitt, you're not going to miss any of the rest of them. Simeon Rice, 52.
Buccaneer.
Correct. Same day, same year. Mike Lowell.
Wow, former Marlin.
And?
Red Sox.
And?
Who am I leaving out here? Met?
Close. Yankee. Puerto Rican-born Mike Lowell. I played against him. He was in Calgary. I was with Las Vegas.
You know they have a CFL team
I
up
threw
in
him a
Calgary?
2-2 breaking ball, and he tattooed it over the Michelin
ball?
sign. No, I'm kidding.
You want to know a fun fact about Mike Lowell?
Yeah, he's a testicular cancer survivor.
Well, wasn't going that direction, but good news in that regard.
Yeah, it is. What were you thinking?
He caught the final out, Game 7 of the 03 National League Championship Series, the Bartman series against the Cubs. Caught a pop-up over at third base.
Same year that the curveball dude, Josh, what's his name? Guy that had a hammer. Maybe a Cy Young Award winner. Josh Beckett.
Beckett?
He fields the ground ball, tags the guy coming by for the Yankees. We win the World Series. That was
Posada.
there you go. That was the
One
last
of
out of that one.
weirdest endings to like the final out. You know, I've always thought the
Anticlimactic, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he had just shoved all game long. But I've always dreamed, not that I would really care when it boils down to it. I'm always a fan of pop-ups to win a World Series or a fly ball, because it gives the crowd a chance to like stand up and
That's a
like,
great
soak
point.
it all in. Strikeouts are great, but it also is like it's immediate. You know, ground ball, depending on how hard the ground ball is hit, you have time for the fan base to react. But a pop-up's like ample amount of opportunity. You know that they're getting under the ball, crowd's getting louder and louder, then finally the crowd pop when the ball goes into the glove.
Royals in 85. Van Slyke hits a fly ball to Darryl Motley. He hit it pretty far, by the way, but he caught that. There was a Charlie Hayes pop-up that he caught for the Yankees. I think it was against the Braves, whatever year that was. That's coming to mind.
Danny Murphy caught a fly ball and left in the 11 World Series. The Cardinals won it. Or not Murphy. Alan Craig maybe was in left.
Alan Craig. Yeah.
David Murphy hit it. Yeah,
But,
David Murphy hit it.
What is the 15 ALCS? Wasn't it kind of a hot shot to Moose at third with a runner on third in that Game 6 against the Jays?
Second and third, one-run game.
Yeah. An average third baseman, maybe he doesn't make that play. Orlando.
That when Wader was pitching?
Giants,
Giants pop up.
Giants, Sandoval pop up, Game 7.
Yeah.
Orlando caught a warning track fly in the DS. Would have been 15 when they were smoking the Astros. The game was over by that point. A homer.
Paulo Orlando?
Yeah.
Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Former Royal great?
Yeah, I was talking about the Royals.
Okay. Just checking. I like where you work in Paulo Orlando. Jeff Garcia, 56.
Would that be former quarterback Jeff Garcia?
That's the one.
Matt talked to him, didn't he?
Perhaps.
thought he did, maybe. Pretty sure he did.
Has an unbreakable record. Either one of you two want to guess what it is?
99-yard passing touchdown.
That's right. Tied with many others. Eddie Murray, 70.
Oriole.
Correct. And? Give me one more.
He was also at Cleveland.
Okay, I'll accept. Good job. And the Dodgers and 2 other teams besides that. Well, since I said Jack ain't going to miss any, I got to give him layups the rest of the way. Born on this day not dead, Honus Wagner.
Baseball.
Yep.
I believe is the most expensive baseball card all time.
I was going to follow up with that. Yeah, I think that's right. Rarest, most expensive card.
Oh, yeah.
What's worth? Oh, I thought you were looking at it. Sorry. Phil Knight, already gave you this.
Played by Ben Affleck.
Correct.
Air.
Correct.
$7 million is
Goober.
the Honus Wagner card.
$7 million. Okay.
Oregon Duck.
Correct. Born in Portland.
Does he see a national championship before he dies? Because he's getting old.
Let me see. 1938. So that would be.
He'd be 88.
Oh.
I'm going to say no.
Jeez, that's a great question.
Because once he dies, that well probably tightens a little bit.
Come on.
You don't think so?
He's handed it down to make sure that it's
maybe.
earmarked for Oregon forever.
Maybe.
I'll say no.
I don't think
he
so.
does not see a national title.
No. Dan Lanning, no, he doesn't like the big one.
See if I can give Jack one as we go out the door here. Now, hold off. I'll let him feel good about himself. All right, that'll do it for me. Great to be back, everybody. Thanks for listening. Don't go anywhere because Chance is here and the Pulse is next.
Bye, Jay.
Bye.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton.
The high school game of the week continues, and this week it might be the high school game of the year. After an overtime thriller in their first game, the number 1 team in 5A, Cape and Mount Carmel, looks to stay undefeated as they hit the road and take on Wichita Heights, who looks to stake their claim with their 4th straight conference championship. Coverage begins this Tuesday night at 7 o'clock for the high school game of the week, presented by Commerce Bank on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Get ready for an exciting week of wrestling, Wichita. For the 7th year in a row, Visit Wichita will host the NAIA Men's Wrestling National Championships. This year's action will take place March 5th through March 7th at Heartland Credit Union Arena. And for the 2nd year in a row, Visit Wichita will host the NAIA Women's Wrestling National Championships March 13th and 14th, also at Heartland Credit Union Arena. Be there to cheer on these amazing wrestlers. Get your tickets today through heartlandcreditunionarena.com.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, we'll use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Wichita's sports show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app. Wichita, source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. At the NFL Combine, Raiders GM John Spytek told reporters today he expects star defensive end Max Crosby to remain with the team in 2026 amid trade speculation. Added he's got a great relationship with Crosby and the two have had great conversations. For the second straight NFL offseason, the Steelers await a decision from quarterback Aaron Rodgers. It took until June of last year before Rodgers finally agreed on a one-year contract. Steelers don't think a decision will take as long this year, and they're certainly open to having the 42-year-old return, according to GM Omar Khan.
We had a great experience with Aaron last year, and I think we went into it last year. I think everybody just expected it to be a one-year thing. You know, right. We obviously didn't say it. We didn't close the door on it being longer last year, but you know, with where everything was, it was really a good experience. Aaron was great to have around. He was a great teammate.
Pittsburgh GM Omar Khan on the Rich Eisen show. The Jets will use one of their tags on running back Breece Hall if they can't reach an agreement with him before next Tuesday's deadline. The Falcons have informed quarterback Kirk Cousins that he'll be released on March 11th.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Wednesday. Kirk Cousins is scheduled to be released. I'll tell you what team is the best landing spot for him this offseason. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15. Had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Shane in the city of.
What's up, Wichita? Welcome in to a Tuesday, February 24th edition of the Chulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, and streaming on the ESPN Wichita app. I am your host today, Chance Lebo. I'll be here today and Thursday, and producing today's show is Jack Johnson. He's back in the producer's chair after a day off yesterday. Well, not a day off. He was actually doing things better than this. He was running the program as Seren and Todd were on their way to Indianapolis for the NFL Combine. So Jack is back in the saddle this week. While he was not here yesterday, it should be a fairly normal week, producer-wise, for the rest of the week as Jack is back. I'm sure he's just craving to get back into a routine after being all over the place over these last couple of weeks, this last month, really, for Jack. I know Pat is. I know Shane is. I know everybody's kind of waiting for life to get back to normal here. But this is The Pulse. I'm Chance Lebo. If you want to listen to this show or any of our shows, be sure to tell your smart speaker to play KKGQ. You can turn your radio dial to 92.3 FM. Make us your preset number one favorite so that when you turn on your car, you hear my voice, Pat's voice, Shane's voice, Jack's voice, Curtis Seabolt, Seren Petro, Stephen St. John, Rich Eisen, Brian Haney, all of the voices that you want to hear right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM or on the ESPN Wichita app. Head to the Listen Live tab. Great way to take us on the go with you. I'm sure Pat is listening down in, I believe he's in Birmingham right now. Shane was able to listen when he was in Hawaii. But if you want to watch us, you can also do that on YouTube. If you have a smart TV, just head over to YouTube, search ESPN Wichita. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, because we are on YouTube. If you'd like to reach out and chat with us, You can text us 316-247-0923. You'll need that number today because we are going to be giving away some free Tanker Barbecue at the end of hour number 1. So be sure to have the text line locked in, 316-247-0923. Here is the show for you today. Coming up here in a little bit, we'll talk about what's at the forefront of everybody's mind. KU's win last night against Houston. What does it mean for KU? What does it mean for Houston? Where do the Jayhawks stand right now in the Big 12 tournament chase? And what were the biggest takeaways from last night's drubbing of the top-ranked Houston Cougars? We'll get into all that at 2 o'clock. At 2:25, we'll welcome on Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. We'll talk to him about the latest in the Chiefs kingdom. We'll hear what he has to say. We'll hear who he's got his eyes on for the NFL Combine, his favorite storylines for the offseason, and much more. Then at 2:45, we'll have our Tanker Barbecue burnt end of the hour question, where we'll be able to give away some free Tanker Barbecue, courtesy of our friends right down the road. All you got to do is have your texting fingers ready and your mind in the right place. That'll be coming up at 2:45. Then at 3 o'clock, we will have Taylor Eldridge of the Wichita Eagle on. He's brought to you every Tuesday by CBD American Shaman, 2 locations in Wichita and Derby. We'll hear about the scorching hot shocks after a big week last week with a win over Temple at home and a double OT win at ECU. We'll talk to Taylor about Kenyon Giles' strides to be a potential American Conference Player of the Year candidate, as well as their matchup coming up on Thursday with Memphis. And then at 3:25, we'll hear from Paul Mills. He spoke today at the podium. We'll get a full listen on what Paul Mills had to say to the local media ahead of their matchup with UTSA in Memphis. And then at 3:45, we'll close things out with a take to Tuesday. That's the show for you today. Got any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts? Text us, 316-247-0923. Let's get into KU and Houston. This was a tough game to watch. It was not a pretty display of basketball. It was, if you came for a high-scoring, high-flying attack, I think that you were probably sorely disappointed last night. I knew exactly what this game was going to be. If you watched any KU game this year, when they play well, they are physical on both ends of the floor, and they kind of muck things up. They're kind of a Houston light, if we're being honest, on the defensive side of the ball. If you're to look at both teams, they have very similar identities on the defensive side of the ball. And I think a lot of it deserves to be credited to Melvin Council. And we'll talk about him here in a little bit. But Houston would surge out to an early lead. They'd lead 11-3. They went on an 11-0 run in the early going. It was a game of runs early on. Houston and Kansas really just trading blows. Kansas offensively just looking out of sync. Peterson with a couple of early turnovers. The offense never really got into a rhythm because Houston defensively, it can be a little bit of a shell shock when you face Houston for the first time. And for the most part, everybody for KU, other than Elmarco Jackson, was playing Houston for the first time. Flory Badunga also played them. But Darren Peterson, there was a couple of, like they call welcome to the NFL moments or welcome to the NBA moments. It kind of felt like a welcome to March moment for Darren Peterson a couple times. Lost a couple of balls. He came up bleeding, a nosebleed early in that first half. And it was kind of like, it's sometimes when you taste your own blood, it can be a good thing. And I felt like that was good for Kansas to say, okay, this is what the game's going to be. We're not going to get a generous whistle. Neither team is really going to get much of a whistle. We're going to have to play their game. And I'll be honest, KU played Houston's game better than Houston did last night. KU got to within 3 before Houston would take a 27-20 lead with 3:23 to play in the first half. And that's when things would kind of change for Kansas. They would then go on an 11-0 run to close out the first half. Darren Peterson would hit a long 2 to take a 31-27 lead. Houston would cut it to 2 right at the beginning of the second half after Emmanuel Sharp and Chris Scenic would both connect on 3-pointers. That would make it 37-35. But then Kansas would go on yet another 12-0 run over the next 5 minutes and a 24-6 total run over the next 9 minutes of play to take full control of the game. And over that stretch, it was Trey White really doing all of the heavy lifting. He had 12 points over that 10-minute stretch, a couple of threes. It was really the best game we've seen from Trey White all season long. Kingston Fleming would do his best to get Houston back in it, but it was too little too late. He got Houston within 13, the final minute of play. But really, it was the inept offense of Houston that would kill the chance at a massive road win at Allen Fieldhouse. And Fran Fraschilla talked about it last night that Houston just lacks a true presence offensively at the big spot like they had last year with Jawan Roberts. Chris Scenic is more of a high post guy. He can stretch the floor with his shooting ability. And Joseph Tugler, I mean, he's not really a threat on the inside. He had a couple of post looks last night. Neither looked really all that good. Mostly what Tugler does is just dribble handoff. That's kind of his offensive identity. And what we saw between Kansas and Cincinnati on Saturday was that Cincinnati went double big, and they just beat the ever-loving hell out of Kansas on the inside, scoring a ton of points in the paint, using Mustafa Tiam and Baba Miller both to their advantage because they're both good offensive players. Houston only has really one good offensive big, and it's Chris Scenic, and his ability to stretch the floor is really what makes him a really good offensive weapon for them because he can stretch the floor. But Joseph Tugler is not a guy that you're going to confuse with an offensive weapon. He averages about 7.5 points per game. And other than that, Houston really just does not have an inside presence. And so you saw Kansas really tighten up pressure on the outside. The dribble handoffs started to become defended much better. It took them a while to figure out how to defend them on the outside. Kingston Flemings was a big part of the early offense and a big part of their late offense. In between, really, it was not much to be said about Kingston Flemings on the offensive side of the ball. He struggled. He needed to get better shots, and I give a lot of credit to Marco Jackson, who was phenomenal defensively last night against who I think is going to be able to be a lead guard for an NBA offense in the next 2 to 3 years. I think that Kingston Flemings has that kind of ability as a guard at the NBA level where he can lead an offense or at least be a true point for somebody. But last night, for much of the dire straits of the offensive night for Houston, you didn't see Kingston Fleming really do much. Houston in the first 15 minutes, they led 27-20. They were 10 of 30 from the field with 2 turnovers. Houston in the next 17 minutes would go 4 of 22 from the field with 5 turnovers, and they trailed 41-14 in those 17 minutes. And then in the final 8 minutes, they outscored Kansas 15-8, going 7 of 14 from the field. So you saw Houston go in the first 32 minutes of action before they put some lipstick on the pig. They went 14 of 52 from the field with 7 turnovers. Now, a lot of their offense is kind of shot chucking and then praying that you can get the offensive rebound. But when you shoot 26.9% from the field in the first 32 minutes of action, it doesn't matter how many offensive rebounds you get, you're not going to win a basketball game on the road at Allen Fieldhouse. But Houston offensively last night, 21 of 66 from the field, 5 of 24 from 3. They are a team that rebounds a ton of their misses. One of the best offensive rebounding teams in the country. That's what Houston does. They rebound 36% of their misses. That's 24th in the country, and they don't turn it over. They make sure they have a ton of possessions. Houston in total last night had 8 turnovers. And we said it yesterday when I was filling in for Shane that Kansas was not going to, this game was not going to be played in the 80s, in high 70s. This is going to be a game that you would have to, it'd be first to 60 would probably win. And Houston never touched 60. And for much of the game, Houston's offense just looked all out of sorts offensively. They were running a bunch of 5-out stuff. And against a team like Kansas, where their 2 bigs aren't your traditional bigs, they're both very switchable. It's very NBA style. The NBA has moved into this weak link era where you can just defend, where you're only as good as your weakest link on the defensive side. You're going to get hunted a lot. But who is the weakest link on the Kansas side of the defense, or the defensive side of the ball for Kansas? I'd argue it's probably Darren Peterson. He gets hunted a lot. Houston was going at him early, but Kansas was able to help because Joseph Tugler's not he's not a quality weapon from the outside. On the Cincinnati side, where you saw Cincinnati have success, is Baba Miller and Mustafa Tiam are both weapons on the offensive side of the ball from distance. So Kansas was not able to help off of those drives. Against Houston, Scenic had little to no confidence in his jumper last night. There were a lot of shots he passed up. Fran Fraschilla pointed out a couple times. They're passing up opportunities. They're way too conservative. Scenic went 1 of 4 from 3, and really, they only got in total, Houston out of their 66 shots, only got 13 shots at the rim. That's not what Houston is used to do. That is what Houston's used to doing. They are second worst in the country in terms of average 2-point distance. They're not a team that gets a ton of shots at the rim. They run a ton of 5-out. They run a bunch of mid-range shots for Kingston Flemings. But last night, their shots weren't falling, and guess what? Kansas was able to rebound a lot of the misses in the second half. Houston in the first half had 8 offensive boards. They had just 5 in the second half. They had a grand total of 10 second chance points. That is a really low mark for Houston when it comes to where they're at for the rest of their season. They are one of the best rebounding teams in the country. They get a ton of their misses, and they're able to put a ton back. But last night, they just didn't. And Kansas offensively, they're 56.5% from the field in the second half. They got a ton of easy shots. Trey White was phenomenal last night. 23 points, a season high for him. 6 of 9 from the field, 3 of 4 from distance. I thought Darren Peterson struggled, but he got beat the hell out of last night. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he needed an ice bath or something, if he needed some more rest and practice time this week. But Darren Peterson got beat up last night. The Houston strategy was, let's make his life a living hell, and it was for most of the game. I think that Kansas's offense really tilted a little bit when they went from their strategy in the first half was, we got to get Darren Peterson the ball and let him go to work. A lot of dribble handoffs, a lot of set plays, a lot of getting him screens off of the ball. It went from that to, okay, well, let's let our guys get downhill. Let's get the ball in the post to guys like Flory. Let's get the ball at the high post for Bryson Tiller, who's a really good passer. And it went from Darren Peterson-centric to just all around, everybody was getting involved in the offense, and that felt like there was a little bit more of a smooth offense, and we talked about it. The offense is a little bit different when Peterson is on the floor. I will give you that. But last night, he had his ups and downs offensively, but at the end of the day, a win's a win. And I think that at the end of the day, that's all that Kansas really cares about, and that's all they can afford to care about. Flory, despite having just 4 points, was a game-high plus 17. Jamari McDowell was fantastic off the bench, plus 14 off the bench. Melvin Council, from the box score perspective, you're not going to be oohed and awed at what he was able to do on the offensive side of the ball. I criticized him a lot yesterday for, he is a dog, but he's like that dog that has a shock collar on an electric fence, and he keeps trying to test the fence. He does not see a red light ever. Last night, he had just 10 shots. He had 3 turnovers. I didn't love how he played on the offensive end. Houston was able to slow him down a couple times. But defensively, Kingston Flemings was 6 of 18 from the field, and they weren't able to get into a lot of their actions like they wanted to. That was one of the best games for Kansas, probably the most complete game I've seen from them. They just have a way of feeling things out in the first half. I mean, it feels like a lot like the Arizona game, except for the Arizona game was closer at the end, because last night Kansas trailed early, and then like a boa constrictor, they just tightened everything up. Nothing was easy for Houston after the first 15 minutes of play. And I had the thought cross my mind, well, how good is Houston? And I think they're still really good. They're not the best Houston team we've seen, but this is a team whose best win in conference play is a home win against Texas Tech by 4, and their second best win is a road win at BYU, which is still a good win, but BYU has really struggled here recently. One of the worst teams in the Big 12 over the last just month since this 4-0 start in conference play. They are 4-6. So while Houston did have that win, it's lost a little bit of its luster. I think that Houston's still a really good team. They might have just faced a 3-game stretch they weren't prepared for, really. But nevertheless, that's a really, really good win for Kansas. No matter how you can describe Houston, it's their 8th quad 1 win of the season. That gives them the 4th most in the country at 8-6. Michigan, Arizona, and Duke all have double-digit quad 1 wins. And there's still more opportunities for Kansas out there to get quad 1 wins. They'll have opportunities coming up in the Big 12 tournament to get quad 1 wins. They'll have an opportunity coming up, 2 opportunities actually coming up in their 2-game road trip when they take on Arizona and Arizona State to get quad 1 wins. But at 8-6 in Q1, man, it's really hard to not see Kansas as a 3 seed or even getting themselves on the 2 line if teams like Houston continue to fall short or otherwise. But Kansas now sits at 11-4 in the Big 12. That's a good spot for you to be in. They are just a game back, or half a game back actually, of Arizona, because they hold the tiebreaker. I don't know if I'm all that confident that they go into Tucson and win on Saturday. I actually believe they won't, because I think that what Cincinnati did to Kansas on Saturday is more replicatable by Arizona than it is by Houston. But Kansas picked up a huge win at home. They're a tough team to beat. I love what I saw from them on both sides of the floor last night, especially after the first 15 minutes. But Jack, I know I heard you I heard you on Shane's show and your conversation around the Darren Peterson saga, and I thought that was great. But just last night, what does that win signal about Kansas, and where do you see them finishing when it comes to final Big 12 conference standings? Because right now they're alone in second place. They've beaten Houston. They've got a head-to-head win against Houston. Their win against Iowa State at home earlier this season obviously helps. They are alone in second place in the conference, and with the win at Arizona coming up this weekend, they could really put themselves in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be in a top 4 spot in the Big 12, and Melvin Council even said post-game, which I thought was really honest and a good way of going about it. He said, our goal right now is to get, a first bye or a day 2 bye in the Big 12 tournament, something they haven't had in the last 2 days, and I can't recall the last time a team in the Big 12 tournament that played on Wednesday went on to win the championship, because just that extra day, it's going to wear you out. Last year, Kansas went into Kansas City as I want to say like a 7 seed, or maybe it was a 6 seed, and they went into overtime with UCF. And then when they played Arizona the next day, they were out of gas, and they were not able to hold off Arizona defensively in the final 5 minutes of that game. And so for this group, as good as they can defend, it's something that is on their mind, and they understand that, yes, Saturday is a huge test. It doesn't really hurt them one way or another. I think they've kind of come to terms with the fact that winning the Big 12, because they lost to Cincinnati on Saturday, just isn't that likely. Even if they beat Cincinnati, they'll still be a half a game back, assuming that Arizona takes care of business against Baylor tonight. And then after that, yes, KU has 2 favorable games against Arizona State and Kansas State, but Arizona also has 2 favorable games to close it out. Mm-hmm. So to hear Melvin Council say, yeah, our goal is to get a top 4 spot, well, all they got to do is go 2-1, and that pretty much locks them into third place, I want to say, which would be, all things considered, a good season. The last 2 years, they've just been awful in conference play, and maybe that's a strong word. They still had some winning seasons in the conference, but I know the last 2 years were not what Bill Self had in mind when he assembled those rosters. This team, it's kind of crazy to think that of their 3 losses, 3 of the 4, in Big 12 play, they've been against teams that aren't the top dogs. They lost to UCF to open up conference play. They nearly lost to TCU at home. They lose to West Virginia on the road, and they lose to Cincinnati at home. There was a shot early on in the season early on in conference play, where they should have been 0-3 in conference play. Now to look up at 11-4, they've certainly come a long way. To have those signature home wins, we can acknowledge that they're at home. It's much different to do it on the road. And if they beat Arizona on Saturday, that will be their best win of the season. But also, you understand that come tournament time, there is no home court advantage. It's all about matchups and how you look on that day. And we saw last night this Kansas team, when they give their B to B plus performance offensively, maybe even B minus, as long as they defend at an A to A plus level, they're going to be able to beat just about anybody. Now, Houston, that's a team that wants to scrap it up. They want to get into those dogfights. And really, ever since their induction in the Big 12, that was the first time I saw Kansas really out-physical Houston. They're about 5 to 6 players on both sides that were bleeding in that game, whether it be from their lip or their nose or on their shoulder. It was a physically violent game last night at Allen Fieldhouse, and that's something that previous Kansas teams really haven't stood up to. When Houston would come into Lawrence or they'd go to Houston, they'd overwhelm them physically. Mm-hmm. And now you can tell that this Kansas team, even 72 hours from losing to Cincinnati, they still do have that in them. And that's going to be key come March. To me, it's not so much about can they get Darren Peterson going, can they get the offense to score 90 points. To me, if they defend like this, they can beat just about anybody in their bracket. And the goal right now is to go for a 2 seed and at worst have a 3 seed. Because one thing I'm focusing on here is if you are a 4 seed, you have to play probably the 1 seed in the Sweet 16 if you get there. If you're a 2 or a 3, You don't have to play that 1 seed until the Elite Eight if they get there. And we know how random it can be in the NCAA tournament.
And also this year's 1 seeds are similar to last year where there's a clear-cut top 3 with Michigan, Duke, and Arizona. You don't want to see any of those, but the 2 seeds becomes a little bit more volatile with the likes of Florida and Houston and Iowa State, teams that Kansas absolutely can compete with and probably beat. But I do agree with your sentiment that they probably just want to get to that 4 seed. And I think that last night, I think the most hilarious stat is that there was only 23 fouls in the entire game. Like you said, that was a bloodbath. I mean, it was ugly basketball there for a while, but it kind of had to be. And that's what Kansas is going to do. Now, I've said this about a lot of like high school teams, and I think I might have even said it about a team like Arizona, where in March you're going to get an officiating crew that has a happy whistle, that likes to blow their whistle, and that might affect a team like Kansas, who is very physical. And hell, it probably affects a team like Houston too. It's a reason why Houston under Kelvin Sampson has struggled until last year to really break that glass ceiling. But for Kansas, you've got the great equalizer, which is Darren Peterson. And when you're allowed to be physical on Peterson, he might struggle a little bit, but that allows you to be physical on the other end of the floor. I thought it was a great win for Kansas. I think Houston is a team that right now is going to look themselves in the mirror, and they need to find their identity on the offensive side of the ball, because they're not going to win the tournament with that kind of offense. But I'm very excited to see just how things stack up with Kansas as they head into the final stretch of games. Of course, that Arizona game coming up on Saturday, you can catch right here on the channel. When we come back, we will talk to Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. It's NFL Combine Week. We'll hear who he's got his eyes on and the storylines he's paying attention to the most. It's all coming up next here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Get ready for an exciting week of wrestling, Wichita. For the 7th year in a row, Visit Wichita will host the NAIA Men's Wrestling National Championships. This year's action will take place March 5th through March 7th at Heartland Credit Union Arena. And for the 2nd year in a row, Visit Wichita will host the NAIA Women's Wrestling National Championships March 13th and 14th, also at Heartland Credit Union Arena. Be there to cheer on these amazing wrestlers. Get your tickets today through HeartlandCreditUnionArena.com.
Okay.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Aria that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Aria and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Aria.
Your home for the best Royal spring training coverage. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
The mental part is the growing up at this level and understanding that there's going to be failures and how you deal with those.
This bullpen is extremely deep. There's a lot of talent here, a lot of guys with a lot of really great stuff.
When you have a manager like you, adding a switch hitter this year, I thought was big as well because that's one less move he has to worry about.
For the latest on the Kansas City Royals, keep it right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita's Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, and streaming on the ESPN Wichita app. Pleased to be joined now on the hotline by Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. Matt Derrick joins Pat every Tuesday, but feels like here over the past month or so, it's just been me and Matt hashing it out every Tuesday. Matt, it's been some time since we talked. What have you been up to here in the last couple weeks?
Just continuing to get ready for the draft and still kind of decompressing a little bit from the regular season. It was obviously a weird one, and we've had a little bit more time lead up. I mean, this is going to sound like just, your golden shoes being too tight kind of problem, but I'm used to having no time off and being at the combine right now. So this is kind of a weird year to be the way everything's kind of unfolded, but I know more about the draft and about the prospects this year than I usually do.
Everybody's got their own method to their madness when it comes to scouting. And maybe it's not so much scouting, but just putting a profile together of players and generating an opinion on them as prospects. What is kind of your method? Are you a game film? Are you a highlights? Are you a let's read what other people have to say? How do you kind of gauge where you're at when it comes to an NFL prospect? And how deep do you go into the prospects? Do you have a board of 150 to 200? I mean, how many prospects do you kind of scout, and what's your process?
I feel like I kind of come at it from a maybe pure journalist standpoint, and what I mean by that is that I know that there's other people who are a lot better at watching film than I am. Mm-hmm. So I'm not trying to compete with that and end up on that scale. So I think I kind of consider myself more of a production type of observer to it. I like going through and just, hey, what have these guys done in college? What's been their track record? What have they done lately? What have they gotten better at? What have they gotten worse at? Kind of diving into the stories of it. I mean, kind of a good example, is Peter Woods. There's a lot of people who are really divided on him and kind of want to know about, why was his production down this year? And, what kind of a player is he going to be? Mm-hmm. Well, you kind of dive into the story of it and you get, idea. Okay, well, he played a lot of kind of nose tackle this year. Mm-hmm. So that probably explains most of his production drop off because he's not a nose tackle. He was asked to do something this year that he wasn't really accustomed to and is probably not his best skill set. So, if you're not planning on playing him as a nose tackle, which I don't think any NFL team would be, you're going to be considering him more as like a 3-tech, like a Chris Jones, and maybe at least just an interior rusher of some sort. So you look at him differently than maybe he was using his college years, and there's a lot of guys like that have stories that that are kind of behind the numbers, behind what they do, and those are things I'm interested in. There's a lot of people that I trust, as far as their scouting reports go. Dane Brugler with The Athletic is like the best in the business to me. I followed Matt Miller for a long time. My guy Nick Jacobs with KSHB 41 is on the podcast, does an incredible job of breaking everybody down. So I kind of rely on other people to help put together the boards and who are the best players, and the combine does that as well. And then I try to go out and just find out a little bit more about these guys.
Do you have anybody that you're really interested in the combine and seeing how they perform? It feels like it's kind of getting watered down now that quarterbacks aren't throwing, some guys aren't running. It feels like it's turning into what the NBA combine is, where it's a bunch of the middle round guys trying to turn themselves into day 2 guys. But is there anybody in the middle rounds that you're kind of intrigued to see work out? I personally, I don't really care all that much about the combine. It's really cool to see what these guys do in their underwear. But other than that, I'd rather see you play football.
Yeah, well, that's a crazy thing because the workouts to me, especially on field workouts, I could care less about it from the combine. They tell me nothing. I don't think you learn anything. And, my great example is pointing to that is like DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
I mean, DK Metcalf was so divisive about his combine workouts because, he flipped and wasn't very good in the 3-cone drill. And the whole story was, hey, the guy can't change directions. He can't play at the NFL. Well, turns out he can, just had a bad day. And it's such a weird environment. You've got quarterbacks throwing to receivers that they've never worked with before, vice versa with receivers catching from quarterbacks. You might be able to learn some things on some of the other drills. Maybe the coaches do, especially the coaches that get to work with these guys. I mean, that's the biggest, I think, benefit is that, if you're one of the coaches who are running the drills and you get to know a little bit more about these players, I think that's probably your best insight that you're going to get from the combine. But there's other things. I mean, and not necessarily the things that should matter, but things that do matter to teams. Like, hey, what's the arm length on this guy going to be? Is he going to be coming in at 6'3", 250, or is he 6'4", 265? Or conversely, is he 6'2", 235, and he's way too small? I mean, those things matter. And yeah, so to me, especially for the guys in the kind of the middle of the draft, measurements matter, strength matters, some of those things. I mean, bench press matters to me. There's a few things that do. Even 40 time matters a little bit, although I'll always put an asterisk next to some of them because, hey, these guys have been working at this for 2 or 3 months at trying to get better at some of these drills. I mean, Xavier Worthy was trying to break the record in the 40 times. So all he did was try to make himself into a sprinter for 3 months.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing as being a football player.
I agree. I'd rather, to be quite honest with you, want to know who looks really slow in pads? The 170-pound receiver that ran the fastest 40 in his underwear in NFL Combine history. I'll say it. Xavier Worthy doesn't look that fast sometimes when he's got the ball in his hands. But I think when the NFL Combine rolls around, it's kind of turned into a media circus. I feel like it hasn't been that in the past. Like I know Saran and Todd are out there. I don't remember this really ever having media access to it, but it sounds like that's becoming more of a thing now. But when it comes to that, it's mostly for the interviews with GMs and executives. Is there anything that's really got your attention when it comes to some of the quotes and insights that the executives have given you a chance to look at?
Yeah. I mean, there's always a few things, and I thought it was really interesting seeing some of the quotes that came from Ben Johnson today talking about Eric Bieniemy. I thought that was that's pretty important. I mean, even though we know Eric Bieniemy, I think you feel better hearing things about that, about just how much they liked him in Chicago and how important that they felt that he was there. Obviously, hearing from your own guy, hearing from Brett Veach today. I don't know if there was anything earth-shattering in what Brett talked about today. But, and then you mentioned it's, to me, a lot of it, this is, one of the things I told you earlier, I'm not traveling this week for family reasons. But I'm going to totally miss this about the combine. It's the conversations that you get and the people that you get to talk to behind the scenes that, really is the most informative. You get to kind of hear about, what trades are maybe talking about, what teams are looking for. Meeting some of the players is really important. And, you get a sense of some of these guys, and you get a sense, at least from the podiums and the interviews that you can do with some of the players, you get a sense of who's got some media savvy, who doesn't, who seems to have the bigger than life personalities, who seems to be the introverts and the extroverts. Those are important things to kind of, figure out. And I do enjoy the occasional quotes that break through. Some guys, say something amusing, and maybe even just to explain a little bit about who they are and what they are. I always, when I'm at the combine, I always try to go and catch some of the podiums and interviews with local players, from the local colleges. And, even the Kansas guys, as for a Missouri guy like me, I mean, I go check them out.
And then when it comes to, it feels like the Travis Kelce meter is leaning like he's coming back. Why is that? Why is he coming back? If you were to be in his shoes, I feel like this would be a perfect opportunity to say, you know what? I've done everything I can. I've gotten all the records I can possibly get. This is it for me. Why is he coming back? And what's your kind of read on the situation as if he will come back?
I mean, I certainly got the sense at the end of the season, just watching Travis's body language and some of his behavior after the last few losses, that he had planned on retiring, that he planned on going out after the season. And had the Chiefs made the playoffs and had a good run, maybe that would have been enough for him. I know from covering Travis over the years, I know he doesn't want to go out the way that the team went out last year.
Yeah.
And I think he's realistic enough to understand too that not everybody gets the fairy tale ending. And he also knows that his fairy tale ending is off the field more so than maybe on the field. He's got a lot of things personally and professionally after football is done to look forward to. So, you got a sense that maybe he was ready for that. But my question for him coming back was always going to be, when he did get to the end of February, beginning of March, and had been away from the team, especially since they got knocked out early, is he going to miss that camaraderie? Is he going to miss that locker room and being around the guys? And he always does. So I always thought there was a chance that, hey, maybe he will, when it gets closer down to it, decide to come back for one more year, especially with the way they went down. And true to his word, he's also always said that he wants to play until the wheels fall off. And I don't think he's there yet. I mean, he's still one of the better tight ends in the league, and he certainly can't do some of the things that he used to do and wants to do. I don't think that's just there anymore, and he realizes that. And I know that he doesn't. His version of the wheels falling off is different from probably our versions. I mean, I know that he doesn't want to be a part-time player. As long as he feels like that he can be a guy that's still going out there playing 70% of the snaps and being better than the next guys that could replace him, I think that's what he wants to do. And I think he's got at least one more year of being able to do that. I mean, 2 or 3 more years, that's probably a stretch. But if he thinks he's got one more year, he's got 1 more year with Patrick, and he's got just one more chance at getting the bad taste out of his mouth of last season, I think he wants to take it.
And I feel like they're all incredible competitors. When you get to that level of sport, you have to have that competitive edge, and I think he's got that. I just think that I think this last year was a little slow for him, and we'll see what it looks like with him coming back in the offense. I do want to ask you, if it feels like, and it's before the combine, this is before all the Daniel Jeremiahs of the world get to talk to the scouts and the executives and get the word on the street, but it feels like there's a growing, it feels like there's a growing interest in Jeremiah Love from the Chiefs at number 9 if he gets there. Do you feel like he is a legitimate fit in the offense? Is he a guy that you think could be a plug-and-play guy in terms of what you've watched from him?
I do. I mean, you see what he's done. You look at his production. And we'll see again, about the numbers and what they come in when, depending on how much he works out here or ends up doing it at his pro day. But he looks like the complete package. And the first thing that Brad Veach talked about today was the fact that they need to be more dynamic in the run game. And he would add that. I mean, they need to be able to run the ball. They need to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield. They need somebody who can get them, you're not trying to score 72-yard touchdowns on every play, but you got to at least have that club in your bag, be able to break the 40-yard runs off. I mean, to get you 11 yards, on a 3rd and 10. I mean, you need to be able to do that sometimes. And right now they don't have anybody in their backfield that's capable of that. So is Jeremiah Love? Yeah. And he's the piece that could really return this offense to, what you saw in 2018 and 2019 when they had a guy like Kareem Hunt at his prime, or even a guy like Damian Williams, who was explosive in his own way. Jeremiah Love can do that. I mean, he could take this offense to another level. The trade-off is that he's not a player at a premium position. And there's a chance that, hey, if you go running back at number 9, you might have the best offense in the league. Pretty good chance that with what you've got from a pass rush standpoint, that you might be back at like having the 24th best defense in the league if you don't address the defensive side. So That's the trade-off you make in the NFL draft, and what you can get in free agency versus what you can't. And I'm not saying there's a Jeremiah Love in free agency, but there's some decent running backs in free agency that might be able to help you out.
There's some really good running backs in free agency, I think. I think that the Chiefs could absolutely be a player for a guy like Travis Etienne. That would be my just like if I were to build the Chiefs offense in a dream, I feel like ETN would be a guy because he's got that home run ability. Wrapping things up here with Matt Derrick, ChiefsDigest.com. Give him a check out online. But Matt, when it comes to the Trent McDuffie trade package, what do you feel like the realistic return should be for a guy like him who is going to need to get paid and is also playing a fairly non-premium position in the slot?
Yeah, it's kind of who Trent McDuffie is and what his skill set is, and the year that he's coming off of that I think affects his value the most. And obviously a little bit about the contract situation because he is in the 5th-year option, so not a ton of team control. He's going to get expensive pretty quickly. I mean, you look at past deals for players in that kind of same situation and a similar skill sets. I mean, I think a second round plus. So if you were able to get a second round pick and a decent day 3 pick, I mean, a second and a fourth, I think would be a really good deal for Trent McDuffie. That said, you get a team that falls in love with Trent McDuffie and it just takes one. Then maybe you could get a first-round pick. I mean, one time I thought you could get a first-round pick for Trent McDuffie. A year ago, I thought you could have gotten a first-round pick for Trent McDuffie, and a little bit of that obviously has to do with the contract and everything of that nature, and a little bit to do with the luster came off of him a little bit this year. I mean, some of his weaknesses were exposed more than they had been in the previous 3 seasons. So. Hey, Daniel Jeremiah, you mentioned, and that's a guy that, I'm a big fan of. I think he does great work. And, I know on his podcast, he mentioned the fact that, hey, the Chiefs, maybe Trent McDuffie and the Cowboys match up, and that number 20 pick in the first round would make sense for the Cowboys to improve their secondary. If you could get a trade like that, I would take that to the bank and cash that check immediately before the ink dries on that. You get that deal done. I think that would be probably your premium payout for a Trent McDuffie.
Last question here. Cap space is always the big hot button topic when it comes to this time of the year. How are people going to get under the cap? How much cap space can we possibly have? Is the cap real? What's kind of the sweet spot number you think the Chiefs need to get to with the cap for them to be able to get not just one, but probably 2 to 3 quality players in free agency that can plug and play start?
Yeah, and I think after with the deal that they made to release Mike Dana yesterday, I think that gets them down. Trying to remember, I think it's a little under $10 million now. And Brett Veach mentioned that they've got another up to $60 million that they could convert if they needed to. Not ideal because some of those years, some of the money you could convert would be like a Chris Jones that would basically add, another year that you're keeping Chris Jones for sure. You could do it with a Trey Smith and a Creed Humphrey contracts that are still fairly fresh, which is not ideal. Could mean walking away from Drew Tranquil, who's, starting to show a little bit of the signs of age and could save you some similar type money that you saved with Mike Dana and allow you to get younger at that spot. So there's a lot of, places that you could be. I mean, do the Chiefs need to be at $50 million under the cap so that they can go crazy? I don't think that's really the best place for them to be. I mean, if they could get to 20 to 30 million, I mean, that'll be more than enough that you need for your draft class and be able to be a participant in free agency without necessarily, going out and busting the bank. And I don't know in short of, going out and trying to find a player at a premium position, which honestly, there's just not a lot of guys at premium positions that are good deals. I mean, there's premium pass rushers don't hit the market. Premium receivers don't hit the market. So, that's why if, making a deal where maybe you bring in a running back that might be worth $8 to $10 million a year is a great, that's great. And rather than, putting that money into a rookie running back in the first round, when you can go out and get your own edge rusher, that's not going to cost you $30 million a year. I mean, those are the trade-offs that you have to make. And I certainly get the sense that this year that the Chiefs in free agency, they're not necessarily going to want to be, I don't think, big swing players. There is a point where they also may lose a couple of their own guys, like a Leo Chanel, maybe a Brian Cook, maybe a Jalen Watson. I still think there's a chance that either Cook or Watson are back this year. Probably Cook would, I think, be the most likely scenario. But you lose a couple of those guys, and you can get some comp picks back, and unless you go out and sign some similar type players and cancel them out. So it's a tricky line about how you walk it, and hey, whatever the Chiefs don't convert this year, they can always do it next year if they need to. So I think that their emphasis this year, I certainly get the sense, is that they want to get younger and more athletic, and the way you do that, it's honestly through the draft rather than free agency.
Exactly. Great points, Matt. Thanks so much for your time. For the best coverage of the Chiefs offseason, head over to ChiefsDigest.com. Matt Derrick, thanks so much for your time. We'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds great, my friend. Take care, James.
That's Matt Derrick, ChiefsDigest.com. When we come back, we'll wrap hour number 1 up with some spring training storylines and some free Tanker Barbecue. It's all coming up next here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This is The Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Are you tired of replacing your roof every 5 years? AR Roofing has permanent solutions for you. AR offers both stone-coated steel and indestructible rubberized roofing options, reducing your insurance premiums and promising this is the last roof you'll ever need installed. Contact them for a no-pressure consultation and learn how AR Roofing can help you protect your home from hail, wind, and storm damage today. Affordable financing options available. Contact them at 316-242-0214 or on their website at arroofing.com.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Get ready to spin and win big at Rock and Bruce Casino with our $100,000 Mardi Gras Spin and Win. Earn entries February 1st through 28th. It's 100 points per entry. Join us Fridays and Saturdays from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. for hourly drawings, where winners will get 3 spins of the wheel for a chance to win up to $100,000. Don't miss your shot to win Mardi Gras style only at Rock and Bruce Casino. Eat, win, rock on. I-35, exit 231, owned by the Con Nation.
We ride to clear our heads, to feel the road beneath us. It's not just a hobby, it's a part of who we are. We also know how quickly things can change. One careless driver and life looks different. At Prochaska Law, we're not just lawyers. We are riders too. We understand what you're facing, and we'll ride with you every step of the way. This month, give riders the space and the respect we all deserve.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Right now, execution becomes the important thing to me, and how you go about that, the discipline of it, and how you go about it. It's your responsibility as a player to make sure that you're focused in on that. At the same time, the coach has got to give the player direction to get there.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, and streaming on the ESPN Wichita app. I'm Chance Lebo, filling in for Pat today. Appreciate Matt Derrick for his time as we about to wrap up hour number 1, which means it's time to take a look at our burnt end of the hour question, brought to you by our friends at Tanker Barbecue. Get ready for takeoff. Your taste buds are in for a ride at Tanker Barbecue Company. They've got fall-off-the-bone ribs, juicy brisket, house-made sides. They're serving food with big flavor and slow smoke to perfection. Check out their mouth-watering specials like bacon wrap meatloaf, Slider Saturday, and so much more. You can find them at 620 West Maple, open Tuesday through Saturday at Tanker Barbecue. Refuel your tank at Tanker Barbecue. Jack, this segment is in your hands. What is our question of the day here for Tanker Barbecue?
All right, with K-State in action tonight in Boulder against the Colorado Buffaloes, all you need to do is tell me what K-State's record is all-time against the Buffs in basketball.
Okay, good one. K-State and Colorado, some late-night action tomorrow night as the Wildcats look to move to 2-1 in the Matt Driscoll interim era. Text us your answer, 316-247-0923. That's the text line, and you'll be entered for a chance to win free tanker barbecue. First one to text us their answer for K-State's all-time record in Boulder in basketball will win some free tanker barbecue. Let's take a look at some storylines from around spring training. We are about 4 or 5 days into games being played in spring training, and some of the biggest storylines, the first one being yesterday that Tarek Skubal said that he's only going to pitch one game in the World Baseball Classic for Team USA, and it's not even going to be in the tournament. It's going to be in pool play, as he will return to the Tigers after just one game against any of Great Britain, Brazil, and one other that I'm forgetting. But Tarek Skubal basically waving the white flag for Team WBC or Team USA in the WBC. A little bit concerning. I don't love that if I'm a Team USA fan. And it also sucks because that was an opportunity for somebody else to pitch for Team USA. And I think Tarek Skubal is as much of a patriot as anybody, any of us common folk, but interesting decision to make. Another report coming out of Angels camp, it is reported that the Angels are not using radar guns in their bullpens to measure velocity. I just think that's a funny headline, and it describes where the Angels are at in the year 2026. The Yankees have a sewage leak in their spring training complex, which I think is also funny. That, of course, was used by the Rays all year last year, so it sounds like they didn't take great care on their way out. They didn't leave it like they found it. If you're an old baseball, youth player, you've heard that plenty of times. The Braves are extending Chris Sale for another 2 years. He'll be back in Atlanta for 2027 and 2028, potentially, with a team option for that year. Vinny Pasquantino was on, I believe it was the Pierzynski pod, talking about the umpire or the base coaches they're going to crack down on them moving outside of the coach's box so they cannot pick up signs as often. I think that's pretty interesting. And Michael Garcia and Bobby Witt Jr. off to pretty impressive starts in spring training. Royals in action right now against the Cincinnati Reds. All right, that'll do it for hour number one. When we come back, hour number two, Taylor Eldridge. It's Wichita State Shocker Hour with Taylor and some Paul Mills audio. That's coming up next here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ News.
The high school game of the week continues, and this week it might be the high school game of the year. After an overtime thriller in their first meeting, the number one team in 5A, Cape and Mount Carmel, looks to stay undefeated as they hit the road and take on Wichita Heights, who looks to stake their claim with their fourth straight conference championship. Coverage begins this Tuesday night at 7 o'clock for the high school game of the week, presented by Commerce Bank on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I can't believe tax season is here already. But look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com. And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix
All right,
this.
Taylor went to voicemail
So get
twice.
home insurance with Allstate.
Okay, I'll text him.
Better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Brian Haney here. When I'm looking for the latest on Kansas athletics, I go to Kansas Nation. Interviews, news conferences, daily and weekly shows, and podcasts. It's all on kansasnation.com, featuring Tyshawn Taylor, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris Jr., KU's official podcast with Trey
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. KKGQ News.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Moronic is how Texans general manager Nick Caserio is describing the trade talks surrounding quarterback C.J. Stroud. Caserio at the NFL Combine shot down rumors of potentially moving Stroud, reaffirmed his commitment to his QB. His name did surface in trade speculation after a 7-turnover playoff run. As the Steelers wait for a decision from Aaron Rodgers for the second straight offseason, GM Omar Khan doesn't believe that process will take as long as it did last year. Regardless of Rodgers' decision, though, Khan acknowledged Pittsburgh must prioritize its search for its next franchise QB. ESPN NFL analyst Louis Riddick.
They need to continue to look at what Will Howard brings to the table at this point in his developmental process. And then obviously I think when you're talking about the draft, and I know you have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson up there, but we're looking for a long-term solution at this position. And then I think Ty Simpson obviously is the guy who's right now in the wheelhouse for Pittsburgh, where they pick 21st in the first round potentially.
Ty Simpson widely viewed as the number 2 QB in this year's 2026 draft class.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Wednesday. Kirk Cousins is scheduled to be released. I'll tell you what team is the best landing spot for him this offseason. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is H to the
Welcome
O-V.
back to
I used to
hour
hold snowflakes
number 2 of the
on
Pulse here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you, filling in for Pat today, filling in here today and on Thursday. As we break into hour number 2, and if you missed any of hour number 1, where we talked to Matt Derrick, ChiefsDigest.com, we talked KU and Houston, and we also got into some spring training storylines. Be sure to head to the podcast page, espnwichita.com/podcasts, or check it out on the ESPN Wichita app. Here, as we always do, as we start hour number 2 of the Pulse, We always get Taylor Eldridge of the Wichita Eagle on the horn. It's brought to you by CBD American Shaman Wichita, now with locations in Wichita and Derby. Life is better with the feather. Trying to get Taylor on right now. Still haven't picked up yet, so we're still waiting. But Taylor Eldridge, we were actually at Wichita State this morning for Wichita State's presser between, as Paul Mills spoke to the media, as Wichita State looks to stay hot heading into this final stretch of games. They've got 3 more games left on the docket. Wichita State coming in at 18-10. Paul Mills has had an excellent turnaround for the Shockers as they are now 18-10, currently sitting tied for the 2nd seed, and they are the number 2 seed in the American Conference Tournament. Most conference wins since the 2020-21 season. Most wins since COVID for Wichita State at 18-10. Best win percentage since COVID for Wichita State. They have been really good here of late as they are now heading into a big stretch of games. They've got Memphis on the docket on the road on Thursday. They head to UTSA to face the Roadrunners Sunday night, a weird Sunday evening tip-off against one of the worst teams in the entire country, the Roadrunners of UTSA. And then they return home after a 6-day hiatus to close out the season with Florida Atlantic. Now, Wichita State is currently in a tie with Tulsa, and Tulsa's a team that is not got the tiebreaker. Wichita State holds the tiebreaker with Tulsa for the final, for the 2 seed. If they were to finish tied, and USF would finish in first. But Tulsa is expected to win each of their next 3 games. They've got Tulane, ECU, and Temple on the docket, with Temple being a home game in the season finale. And Tulsa will have a week between the Tulane and ECU games. But for Tulsa, feels like Wichita State's in a better position, although Thursday's game against Memphis is going to go a long way. And, of course, Wichita State got beaten up pretty bad against FAU on the road in their first meeting, a 18-point loss in Boca to FAU. But with Wichita State, they'll have Memphis on Thursday. Memphis is a team that's struggled here recently, a team that's lost 4 games in a row after it looked like they kind of rediscovered themselves after their loss against Wichita State. A very streaky Memphis team. After starting the season 1-0, they lost 4 straight, then they won 3 straight, then they lost 3 straight, then they won 3 straight. Then they would win 2 of 3. They would lose 3 of their next 4. They'd win 3 of their next 4, and then they've lost 4 in a row. As now they head into a big game with Wichita State, and maybe they'll be on the right side of their streaky behavior. But while we're waiting on Taylor, we will get to some Paul Mills audio. He was at the podium today. Let's hear from the head men's basketball coach of the Wichita State Shockers, Paul Mills, at the podium earlier today.
Well, I don't have a lot here. I mean, business.
And then maybe you just go and text him. Yeah, I'll text him.
Enter the last week, go into a game where,
be right back.
You know, late tip-offs, 8 p.m., 7 p.m. on Sunday night. I thought Sunday nights were reserved for NFL football, and then whatever else happens after the season is over. So I've never actually heard of a 7 p.m. game on a Sunday night in the college basketball landscape. Most of them are done by 6. If any of you ever check, the NCAA net rankings are usually up by 6 or 7 just because the 4 o'clock games are done. And so a Sunday night game will be a little different. We've altered the way we practice. We're practicing from 7 to 10 instead of the afternoon schedule, just because we need to be able to perform during that time frame. So it's move into a stretch run here, 2 road games against a Memphis team that's different than what we played here. They just didn't have Sincere Parker. And I think when he comes back, he goes for 40 at Alabama the first time that he's able to step on the floor. So different dynamic, and just really looking forward to today's practice in order to prepare for the week.
And I guess on that, you mentioned Sincere Parker wasn't here in January. He dropped 40 against Birmingham, 20 plus the past through the last 6 games. I guess what's the game plan right now?
I don't know. I just, you have to be able to contain a guy like that, but sometimes when that match gets lit, it's really, really difficult. And, I mean, we're one of the top teams in the country at not giving up assisted buckets. And so we kind of put guys a lot on an island and being able to play. So all of that to say, sometimes when guys, they're just getting it going, it makes it really, really difficult just because of the way that we construct our defense. I mean, we threw everything but the kitchen sink at Jordan Riley last week and did a number of different things. And again, 37 shot attempts. And 16 of 37 is not the end of the world from a defensive metric number, but it's can you just make them take shots that they may not be efficient in, and at the same time prevent them from getting to the foul line. And so it'll be interesting given Sincere Parker and his ability to score, but we're actually one of the better teams in the country. I think we're 12th in the country at not giving up transition points. And I think you kind of have to be able to make sure players like that, they're just not getting easies. And I mean, we're good in transition defense for a number of reasons, primarily because we're good at offensive glass. So teams are a little hesitant to just leak out. And then at the same time, we don't turn the ball over. We do a good job at having a 15% rate from that. So you have to prevent easies and at the same time try to make sure that they're not getting to the foul line.
Going from a team in tempo who's a little bit slower paced to a team in Memphis who's more of the faster pace in the conference. Is that difficult at all? Does it change at all the game plan when it comes to you're going to have more possessions against Memphis than you did on Sunday or Saturday against Temple?
Not really. I mean, I'd be interested. I think it was a 67 possession game here. So that's probably, where it's around. They try to generate some via, they cause teams to turn it over. They really defend the 3-point line. So they do a variety of things because they really encourage you to pass the ball and get open shots. And, are you making them? Are you not? And that's going to come down to a lot of it. But, they have some water bugs, some guys who are just a blur in the open court, which also helps in regards to the tempo, but I think a lot of it has to do with us. Like you've got to be able to handle their pressure, and at the same time, not when they put 2 on the ball, like our guys have to take the right shots. Just because you're open, depends who's open, where are they open, all of those things. So we just need to stay within our strengths.
And then having a guy like TJ who's ball handler, a guy who's played a lot of guard in his career against a team like Memphis who's going to be up in your face pressuring you. How much does that help having another secondary ball handler?
Helps a ton just because of their pressure. They switch, they'll blitz, pick and roll. Go back and look at that game. Will Berg had 4 assists. And so I think it'll be paramount upon all the people that are in ball handling areas. And sometimes that's going to be your bigs and sometimes it's going to be TJ. So we just need to stay within our strengths. We don't need non-passers trying to be passers. And we just need to stay within our strengths because they can kind of bait you into making you pretty uncomfortable.
And I remember you saying after the Temple game, TJ's been a big part of the last 2 outcomes. I guess, what has he been able to do to impact games? Yeah,
more so his aggressiveness. I just think that he's been assertive. What you've seen is a breakout guy. And, he goes in, this last game, we usually get on him pretty hard about getting suburban rebounds rather than city rebounds. And we call a city rebound anything that you can snatch at the rim with 2 hands. And he's getting city rebounds. And then he's able to break out. And he's putting a lot of pressure. And you need a guy who can rebound and then break out. And, hey, we're not deferring necessarily to one of the guards, or we're not deferring to somebody else on EPAs. And I think if you look, the thing that I've been most impressed with is I think those guards do a good job of just getting out and running. And so it's allowed TJ to really have opportunities to if he can rebound and then break out, it's just most bigs, most people at that position have to throw an outlet pass. So the fact that he can handle it in the open court and that level of aggression from the rebound to the breakout to let's go make the right play aids, right? It's the old Al McGuire quote that the best thing about freshmen is they turn into sophomores. But you're watching a player this late in the year, he looks like he's on sophomore level rather than his freshman level.
Right. After missing all of last season and for, a short amount of time this season with the concussion, do you think he's finally getting back to that form that won him Gatorade Player of the Year?
Yeah, I mean, I can't compare high school kids that he's going against to college guys. I mean, there's a big difference between a 22-year-old and an 18-year-old, and he's not intimidated, and so that's what you need. You just need players whose eyes get bigger. I think any player, and we show them at this actually on film, we really appreciate it when we get close-ups, is you're going in for a box out and are you squinting? Because if you are, it's probably an indicator that you don't really want to be involved in this fight versus the guys whose eyes actually get bigger. You can see his eyes get bigger. Coached a guy, Quincy Acey. We would show this all the time with Quincy. And when the shot get up, we watched how big his eyes got. And you can watch some guys, the shot goes up and you'll see them squint because they're anticipating the hit. And you can tell that internally they don't really want to do that. It's kind of just fighting against who they are naturally. TJ's eyes has gotten bigger. And I think that when your eyes get bigger, it kind of tells me that you enjoy the moment and you actually enjoy what you're doing in regards to assisting others. But that's what I appreciate about TJ is that what you've seen is internally he possesses the things that are necessary in order to stay aggressive, especially as you enter March.
What do you like from E-Man? The first half, it seemed like he was really engaged. The motor was high. And how much can he impact games when he's playing like that?
Yeah, I mean, his offensive rebound, he's got a quick twitch off the floor. I bet, I go back to the Klay Thompson, catch to release is 0.39, and it's the best in the NBA back in Klay Thompson's Golden State. I wish they had a way in order to gauge second jump landing on the floor and then being able to elevate and how high can you get, because he would be amongst the leaders in our conference. But I just thought his twitch was a lot better. I thought his reaction time was a lot better, and him being able to go snag balls. We've got to get him to do a better job of tapping out because you may not always be able to retrieve them, but you can tap them out in order for one of our guards to be able to run them down. But I just think his twitch and his reaction time are a lot better than what they were, let's say, a month ago. And some of that's just knowing where to be. There is a play he's posting up there in the first half, and he rolls out of the post up and gets to the weak side in order to grab a two-hand rebound. It's that, right? It's the ball's on the left wing. You're posting up. A lot of guys on the left block. Ball gets shot on the left wing. They'll just stay with the post up and stay on the left side. He turns around, rolls out of it, gets to the weak side block, and is able to snag a rebound. So I just think his motor's a little bit better, and his reaction of just understanding what's occurring on the court is getting better.
KG, is on pace to break a three-point record here at Wichita State, and then you coached Kobe Rogers, who did break the record. I guess what's the feeling like as a coach, seeing as rewrite history here at Wichita State?
Long history. It's been able to coach a number of guys who've been able to set three-point records and just haven't been around it. And whether at previous stops, you just realize that, man, this isn't like they were around non-players. There was a tradition here long before this player ever showed up. And that whole idea that you can catapult yourself to one of the better players in a history, something that I think those guys will always remember. And from a coaching perspective, you don't really think about it. My staff brings it up, and they show me little graphics and look at this at previous stops, and look at that, and how we've been able to help players. But I do think the thing from a coaching perspective, that all you ever want to do is help your guys. Like that's all I've ever wanted to do is, man, you know what? They don't have a lot in common with a guy my age, but we do have this 12-ounce rubber ball, and it allows us to invest in them as people. And so when you watch things materialize for them, you're really, really happy for them. But from a coaching perspective, I'm just happy to help. Like, I don't make a shot. And are we putting those guys in a position to succeed? And you've heard me say this. The only question I ask at the end of every single year, regardless of in this NIL era of what players do, is like, did we do right by that kid? Like, did we do right by him? And so I take tremendous pride in knowing, you know what, we treated that kid the right way. That kid grew and he got better during his time here. And that's where you go back and you assess the game, but you evaluate the year, and that's kind of how I evaluate everything at the end of the year. But you don't kind of do it in the middle of it.
You talked a lot about not being compatible with people who are pessimistic or just don't have super optimism. How much do you think just having that from the top down helped, kind of get this thing turned, stay the course? You guys are 8-2 the last 10, just having that idea, from the top down. How much do you think that helped you guys kind of stay the course and start playing really good basketball now?
I mean, I think it's important for everybody in the room. Like, I mean, I go back to, if teams aren't showing you your weaknesses, you can get pretty complacent. Like, there were some weaknesses that were exposed against Florida Atlantic, and so sitting there having to take at one point what was a 29-point beating, and you turn around and you go back to your guys, and KG, it's a game where he only got 5 shots. We turned around, traveled the next day, went to South Florida, and we practiced that night, and didn't practice long, but we just said, here are the things that we need to do. And I know people don't like it, going through difficult experiences, but James, the brother of Jesus, says this: consider it all joy when you undergo trials, because it produces something. And I've always thought about that, right? The trials aren't fun. Nobody's telling you that the trials are fun, but you have to think about the adversity in a way that, how do we get something from this in order to produce something later? And I thought our team was able, on account of Florida Atlantic, we were able to, man, you know what? We got exposed. We had a number of weaknesses. We didn't approach and handle it well. All right, let's flip the script here. And, we jump out to 30-15 on South Florida. And it was like, man, that, you know what? I think when you see a group respond that well, so I don't know that, optimism from our staff. We believe in our guys. We believe in who they are, but I don't think you can believe in them and then one game when it doesn't go well, not believe in them, because that tells me you don't actually believe in them during difficult times. What we needed to do was, do we understand how to respond, right? You cannot live under this cloud of doom because something bad happened to you. Like, what can we take from this and then move on? So, call it what you want, call it optimism, but it's a tribute to our players and just how quickly they can respond in situations like that. And it's why you kind of bring that level of character into the room. There is a talent level, but there's an enthusiasm that's required from your players as well, because the Eeyores of the world, you may not know that reference, but the Eeyores of the world who just, hang their heads and they pout and they cry. This is the situation. Oh, look how bad it is. You're just not going to get anywhere. And you need to understand that, man, these trials, they produce something. And what James talks about is it produces endurance. And so I just think that when you have a group like that who responds the right way and you see it immediately, you take tremendous, you have hope on account of the character in the room.
What is it about this group that might be?
Any word from Taylor?
Force you to compare.
None at all. I don't know what's going on.
But like, what is kind of different about?
Literally saw him this
when do
morning.
you want to break at?
Just whenever this is over, I'll bring it back and we'll go to break.
What is it? Maybe a little.
Okay,
and
it's got about 4 minutes.
We'll just BS about the Royals a little bit.
I guess that kind of stands
Okay.
Well, one of the things that's different, right? And I mean, when you go into a first year job, you realize that there's a number of those players in that room who did not sign up for you. And, I can recall one of our GAs telling us when he came back year 2, he says, you're getting less eye rolls than you had in the previous years. By the time you get to year 2, probably in this era, those kids, they know what they're getting into. And then now it's like, all right, do we have the caliber and of talent? Do we have the character that's necessary? And I think from a coaching perspective, you have to go through the league. You have to understand, like, this is the caliber of talent that's required in order to even be competitive. So I think all of those things, with last year's group, I mean, when Ronnie DeGray went down, I just
Taylor
thought
just got
his
to me. He said
level of
3:30 works for
versatility
him, so we'll just get
provided
to him
so
after the
much
break.
value, and he was able to kind of get his feet back under him, and then we were able to run off some games and get back to 500 in the league. But I think you understand the depth that's required, so you don't find yourself in a situation like that where, man, one guy can really tilt this. And so I think for us, we understood the caliber of talent that's required, and then by the same token, you just have guys in the room in this era that, they signed up for you and they kind of understand what it is and what's going on. So it's, again, nothing against that first group. We just weren't very good, and you don't know that when you first start out because you're just unfamiliar with everybody else in the league.
And is there a difference when you're in a hunt? You guys are playing, a really good basketball in February. Is there a difference to just like the joy or like the edge that guys bring to practice? Like, are practices different now compared to season past, just because of where you guys are in the standings and everything that's in front of you?
No, so simply because I think we've been pretty good in February and March. I mean, even that first year, we were able to win some games late. I know last year we were 7-7, dropped 3 of our last 4. But I mean, you go back to that North Texas game at North Texas. I mean, we're a call away. I mean, they call us for fouling a 3-point shooter. And that we have a shot in order to not only tie, but to even take a lead there. So, you win at Rice, Tulsa. We weren't very good here, UAB, when we played them here. So some of this is just schedule formation, but I thought we were good when we played South Florida. We shot it really well, and we ended up losing a 2-point game to Memphis in the conference tournament. But all that to say, I think as the year has progressed, we've gotten better. It does help that players know what's in front of them. I mean, we've got one player in the room who played on an NCAA tournament team in Will Berg, and the rest of those guys haven't. So they've had to listen to us about what, a game for March actually looks like in order to translate. But I think everybody is excited about that chase. Thanks, guys.
That was Paul Mills earlier today at the podium. And when we return, we will hit the hotline and we will get Taylor Eldridge rung up, and we'll talk to him. Brought to you by CBD American Shaman Botanicals, now with locations in Wichita and Derby. Life is better with the Failer. Life is better with the feather. Taylor Eldridge is coming up next here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're tuned into The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Save big money on your dream kitchen upgrade with help from Menards. Clearview Cabinetry offers a selection of finishes made with the finest materials and built to withstand life's sticky messes. They provide features like soft closed doors and drawers and cabinet accessories to match your unique style. Save big money on Clearview Cabinets and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Got Taylor.
If you or a loved
Awesome.
one has
Thank
been
you.
a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
If you're balancing work, raising kids, and helping your parents, Kansas PACE is here to support you. They coordinate doctor visits, prescriptions, therapies, home assistance, transportation, and a day center filled with engaging activities. Your parents get compassionate, expert care, and you get relief from the constant worry and stress. Kansas PACE helps older adults stay safe and independent while you take care of your own life, guilt-free. Discover how Kansas PACE can help your family today at kansaspace.org.
We don't do ordinary at Occidental Management. We pride ourselves on going beyond the typical commercial real estate relationship. Todd's Creole Kitchen, located in West Wichita at 13th and Tyler.
Our newly remodeled restaurant serves Cajun, American, and seafood, not to mention a great Sunday brunch. And don't forget to enjoy a Fontini, New Orleans-styled frozen daiquiri, or one of our 20 tap selections. Come celebrate your next special occasion or just a nice evening out.
Contact us today at 316-295-4260 or Todd's Creole Kitchen at gmail.com.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you as we are pleased to be joined now by Taylor Eldridge of the Wichita Eagle, beat reporter for the Shockers, as no better time to be a Shocker. Wichita State second place in the American, and they've got a road trip coming up with Memphis. Taylor, we just heard from Paul Mills a couple of moments ago. You were there this morning. What were some of your big takeaways from Portal Paul?
Yeah, he kind of spoke about, trying to beat a team a second time is always a hard thing to do. And then with Memphis getting Sincere Parker back, the math has changed for Memphis, but they're on a 4-game losing streak, so you don't know what kind of team is going to show up tomorrow night or on Thursday night in Memphis. Are they going to be desperate, backs against the wall, or is this going to be a team kind of like what we saw at Coke Arena, where they kind of rolled over a little bit against the Shockers? So I think WSU's preparing like they're going to get the best version of Memphis, and they're going to have to play really well. Paul Mills has had, Penny's number lately. I think they have had quite an amount of success against them the last 4 or 5 times out. So it's a huge one for WSU, and I think it's just, exciting for the fans to be in the mix, this late in the season. And, WSU controls that destiny for that 2 seed in the conference tournament, which would give them that triple bye all the way to the conference semifinals. So you got to keep stacking wins. If they stub their toe once or twice, you're talking about not just falling out of the 2 seed, but the way that the standings are set up, if they lose 2, they could fall, all the way back to 8 or 7, something like that, because it's so jumbled up in the middle. So, WSU, these games are so important for them to finish out strong. And so I'm excited to see what kind of version of the Shockers show up on Thursday. Are they going to be able to keep this momentum going? And I think it's going to be a good game on Thursday night in Memphis.
Should be a really fun game. Wichita State, like you said, they've kind of had Memphis's number. They seem to like playing Memphis, and this is a Memphis team that they've been very streaky this year. They have had 4-game losing streaks, 3-game winning streaks all over the place. They're in the midst of a 4-game losing streak right now. When you look at Memphis, what do you feel like has gone wrong for Penny and company? I mean, other than the fact that they just aren't as good as they have been in years past. It's still a talented team, but they have struggled this year, to say the very least.
Yeah, I think it's just maybe some of that togetherness. In the portal era, so hard to get team chemistry when you're bringing in so many new guys, year to year, and I think that kind of stuff matters. And when the going got tough, it just seems like they didn't stick together. And yeah, I mean, I know their fans are really upset with how this season has played out. And but if you look at it, they're still in the thick of things, and American is so wide open that if you can just turn it around and in these last 2 weeks and start playing your best basketball in March, doesn't really matter. If you had a disappointing regular season, you go to Birmingham in that conference tournament, all bets are off. You just have to play good basketball at the right time, and if a team gets hot, that's just kind of what it feels like in this American, that whoever gets hot at the right time, that's the team that's going to win that conference tournament. And so yeah, I mean, Memphis, they can flip the switch. We'll see if they can get it done Thursday night against WSU. But yeah, it just feels like they maybe the talent level isn't quite there from what they've had in the past. I know they've had some injuries and a lot of adversity this season, and things just haven't gone their way. And it's doesn't seem like they have like that player-led leadership on the team to just be like, hey, we're going to fight our way through this and get this thing done. So there's still time left for them to turn it around. Like I said, you can flip that switch real quick, and you just have to make it to Birmingham and see what happens there. But I think that's the fear for WSU, because you just don't know what kind of Memphis team you're going to get on Thursday night. A lot of potential there, but also pretty wild, swings. If they don't show up Thursday and WSU does, the Shockers could handle them pretty easily, because WSU, they're playing some pretty good basketball lately.
Yeah, Wichita State's playing phenomenal basketball. They've won 8 of their last 10. They head into Thursday's game in sole possession of second place with that tiebreaker. Let's talk about the greatness of Kenyon Giles, because it feels like it's kind of gone underrated a little bit. Is it safe to say this is the take team results out of the picture? Is this the single best guard season from an individual for Wichita State in the 21st century?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. He is averaging the most points since Jason Perez in that 2000 season. So, 19 points, that is, very, very impressive. Obviously, the Greg Marshall era, the scoring was way more balanced. I still think, what Cle Anthony Early was able to do, probably the best scoring season of this century. But yeah, if you look at it just from the guards, now you're putting it against Tyson Etienne, that MVP season in the American. Obviously, that team a little bit more balanced too. They had a lot of, so much good talent on that team, so a little bit more balanced too. But I think for KG, if you look at just strip it all, in a vacuum, I think this is the most impressive season because he is at such a high volume. Such high usage and still, elite efficiency. That's hard to do, especially, when you're, he's listed at 5'9", but or 5'10". Let's be real, he's probably 5'8" or 5'9". For a guy to be that tiny and to have this kind of efficiency, that's hard to do. So, he deserves a ton of credit. And just the heavy lifting he's doing for this offense. He is the engine. And give credit to Paul Mills too. I was pretty critical of him early in the season. That Florida Atlantic loss, they didn't really have a counter. They didn't have a plan B in that game. And ever since then, I thought he's made a lot of really good adjustments to get Kenyon Giles in space. They started using him way more in transition. I wrote about that today, about how he is kind of hiding behind the pack. When WSU pushes the ball up, you'll notice he'll be the last one to cross half court a lot of these times. and he kind of gets lost in the shuffle, and WSU knows to look for him on that throwback pass, and he's getting a lot of open threes off of that. And then when he's leading kind of like that, the break, in semi-transition, they pull down a rebound. He's bringing the ball up. They've been setting those drag screens out front with the 5. Sometimes it's TJ Williams, Dylan Batiste, but they're setting those screens early, and it's putting so much pressure on the defense, especially the big guy in that screen, to be at the level to know what's going on. So they have done such a good job of getting him looks in transition, semi-transition, and those first 10 seconds of the shot clock.
Mm-hmm.
He is so dangerous, because he can pull from 5-6 feet beyond the arc. So he just puts so much pressure on the defense, and I think you give Paul Mills a lot of credit for making adjustments and propelling him to this record-breaking season. It's just a matter of time now. He might break that three-point record Thursday night with the way that he's shooting, 6 away from that Colby Rogers record. So fun player to watch. I think this is the most fun Shocker fans have had watching a player in quite some time. And I think it's going to matter, how they finish, so how this season is going to be remembered. Is this, going to be a special season that's only going to make KG season even more special?
Yeah.
But they got to live it up, on the basketball court and start, keep winning games. And that's just going to move him up and up, that list for WSU fans.
Talking to beat reporter Taylor Eldridge here on the Pulse. I think the one thing that I love the most about Kenyon Giles, and this comes from just somebody who is a member of the Wichita community, just seeing him, he's always the last one into the locker room, and not I'm going to pout. He's always signing jerseys. He's always high-fiving the kids. I mean, I think in this era of the player movement, players getting a lot of the power, you forget what they used to be as members of the community. And Kenyon Giles has embraced the Wichita community. It's really cool to see how they've embraced him. But a member of the Wichita community that has had a stellar season for the Shockers has been TJ Williams, and just giving him another ball handler, especially when Mike Gray Jr. has lacked his offensive potency that he had in non-conference play. Where have you been the most impressed of TJ Williams this year, and what do you feel like his ceiling is going to be in his Shocker career?
Yeah, he kind of had that dip, mid-season. He had a really good start to the year. You think back at that UNI game on the road, he kind of saved them in overtime and was playing really well, then had the concussion at the early in the conference play, and that kind of set him back. And, Mills has talked about it too, about, when you're in that first year of playing college basketball, I think everyone kind of hits that freshman wall, and that probably, kind of came at about the same time. And for like 7-8 games after he came back, he just didn't look the same, didn't have the same bounce, didn't have the same confidence. And these last, 3 or 4 games, he has been so good for WSU. Like you said, as that secondary ball handler, he's able to make things happen. He's got a big frame. And when he gets going, he is really, really tough to stop. You think back in that fast break last game where, he elevates and he is above the rim and he is finger rolling it down toward the rim because he's so high up. And that was pretty impressive display of athleticism. And those are the kind of plays that he is helping WSU out so much in, when he's able to get downhill, get to that left hand and finish around the rim. And WSU needs as much offense as they can get, outside of Kenyon Giles. So, the more TJ Williams can provide, and then we just saw, just the takeover in that ECU game. They just spammed the high ball screen, and he was just going crazy. ECU never really figured him out. I think, probably a little lacking defensive wise, but, got to give TJ Williams credit because he took advantage of that every single time. I went back and tracked it. They ran a high ball screen for him 6 straight times, and WSU scored points on all 6 of those possessions.
Wow.
And 4 of those came from TJ himself. So he was able to really get it going that second overtime. And his potential is so high. I don't see a reason why he couldn't be a first-team all-conference guy. If he's this good already as a freshman, think about how good he's going to be, 2-3 years from now, especially with, if he sticks around in Wichita, he has a chance to be really special. I mean, we always talk about, this era, when's the next 4-year shocker going to be? When's the, are the fans ever going to get a guy that they can really, fall in love with over a 4-year career again? TJ Williams might be able to be that guy. Wichita kid, grew up a Shocker fan, loves it here, and he could be special. And with the WSU, developmental system, with what Paul Mills and, Ken Paulino, Xavier Holland, guys like that who have proven track record of developing guys, if he can add a jump shot, man, he's going to be a special, special player, because he is already doing all these things without a jumper. Teams know that, they're backing off of him. So he's not even really a threat around the 3-point arc. So if he's able just to add a somewhat consistent jumper to his game, he is going to be a really special player. And, just look at what WSU has done with Karan Boyd in one short offseason. They turned him from a complete non-threat on the 3-point line.
Yeah.
And now he's shooting, mid-30s, really consistent, very steady 3-point shooter. So, yeah, you give TJ Williams some more time in the summer to develop that jumper. He could be, really, really special for WSU. And I think some fans are going to be nervous because, he's already shown so much potential. The big dogs are going to come knocking, trying to get him in the transfer portal after this season. But we'll have to wait and see what his future holds. But, man, he is looking really, really good. I'm very impressed. And, he could be a special college basketball player for sure.
Wrapping things up with Taylor Eldridge here of the Wichita Eagle. The sub-state basketball is right around the corner. Have you dove deep into who some of the teams to watch in Wichita are, both on the girls and boys side? Who's kind of caught your eye when it comes to I guess I should say, who's kind of caught your eye when it comes to the state of Kansas, especially here in the Wichita area in the high school ranks?
Yeah, I think you got to start with Capen. Everyone was looking forward to Capen Collegiate, battle of the undefeated, the battle of the number one teams in their respective classes. And I thought Capen just kind of, showed that, hey, we're at a little bit different level than everybody else. They have that championship experience, 2-time defending champions. They got the legendary coach and Steve Eck, and they're just such a high IQ team, very, very hard to beat. So you got to start with the Capen boys. I think Bishop Carroll, just staying in the City League, that's a team that no one's going to want to face in 5A. They play so hard, and Brody Kreutzer is, one of the best shooters in the state of Kansas. So, I think he's going to give them a chance to be dangerous in 5A. On the girls' side, how about Wichita Heights? What a story there. They kind of came in unheralded. I don't even think they were ranked in that very first team rankings by the coaches. And they're undefeated. I believe they're number 1 in 6A now. Destiny Mays has been an incredible story for them. She gets it done at both ends. And Nia Harris, they're a very well-balanced team, and they just get after it. First-year coach, and they play great defense. They get it done on offense. They got shooting. They can go inside. They can get it, done on fast breaks in the half court. They've solved just about everything that has come their way. So that's a really cool story right there. Andover girls, that's another team that's looking championship-like. And, Bella Bajarda, arguably the best player in Wichita, if not the state of Kansas. So much fun to watch her play and score the basketball. She can, kind of same thing. She's a 3-level scorer. I think fans, they like it when she, shoots from deep. She can just put on a show, and she's a microwave scorer, can heat up in a hurry. And she gets teammates involved too. And Andover, it's not like it's a one-player team there. They are deep. They are talented. And, they have come close in the past to the state tournament. They've had a lot of great teams these last 3 years, and haven't, broke through yet at the state tournament. This might be their year. So Andover girls, Heights girls, Capen boys, all 3 of those, they might be the favorites in their respective classes. And then even the collegiate boys in 3A, they took that loss. But, Sebastian Hines-Turner is so good, and he might be, one of the best players in Kansas as well. So Wichita has a lot of talent right now. They're going to be in the mix for a lot of these state championships. A lot a lot of teams to keep an eye on, but that's kind of the early rundown just off the top of my head. You know, those teams all are probably the favorites to win the titles, in their division.
Taylor, thanks so much for your time. I appreciate you being flexible today, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Taylor Eldridge, Wichita Eagle beat reporter for the Shockers. They're in action on Thursday. When we come back, we'll give away some free Tanker barbecue, and we'll wrap things up with the Take Two Tuesday. It's all coming up next here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita.
Jack, you know who's on the board tonight?
3 FM.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games.
Let me check.
That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita
What time do you go
area.
on? 7.
As the largest family-owned independent
Oh my
insurance
God! So we
agency
supposed to have
in
overtime?
Wichita, we don't just talk the talk.
Yeah, I think
we
so.
protect
I mean,
Kansas
you can
businesses like they're part of our team.
You can just play.
Conradi
No, it's Hawk
Insurance,
Talk, isn't it?
built for business.
Oh, is it Hawk Talk?
Yeah, it's Hawk Talk tonight.
Always playing to
Ooh,
win.
yeah, let me check
Visit
them. Okay, it looks like
ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Are you tired of replacing your roof every 5 years? AR Roofing has permanent solutions for you.
Huh.
AR offers both stone-coated steel and indestructible rubberized roofing.
Let me text Jason.
Reducing your insurance premiums and promising this is the last roof you'll ever need installed. Contact them for a no-pressure consultation and learn how AR Roofing can help you protect your home from hail, wind, and storm damage today. Affordable financing options available. Contact them at 316-242-0214 or on their website at arroofing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Kansas Lottery X Games!
Kansas Lottery X Games. Win up to $300,000. Second chance cash prizes make you holler. Get ready for a cash attack. We're back.
Win up to $300,000 with the X Games. See kslottery.com for details.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball tips off against Florida Atlantic on Saturday, March 7th at 3 p.m. inside Charles Koch Arena. It's the last chance to see the Shockers at home this season, so bring the energy and defend the Roundhouse one more time. Don't miss your final opportunity to be part of the home court advantage and cheer on the black and yellow. Secure your seat online at GoShockers.com/tickets or by calling 316-978-FANS.
Your home for the best Royal Spring training coverage. ESPN
You got Dylan Brett.
92.3 FM.
The mental part is the growing up at this level and understanding that there's going to be failures and how you deal with those.
This bullpen is extremely deep. There's a lot of talent here, a lot of guys with a lot of really great stuff.
When you have a manager like you, adding a switch hitter this year, I thought was big as well because that's one less move he has to worry about.
For the latest on the Kansas City Royals, keep it right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you, Jack Johnson producing, wrapping up today's show. Time now to get to our answer for the burnt end of the hour question brought to you by our friends at Tanker Barbecue. Somebody is winning some free Tanker Barbecue. Jack, the question was, what is K-State's all-time record against Colorado in basketball? And the answer is...
Correct answer, in 140 games, K-State is 93-47 against the Buffaloes.
93-47. We do have a winner. We'll be in contact with you. Don't worry. We'll get your information over to our friends at Tanker Barbecue. Refuel your tank at Tanker Barbecue. All right, time now for a Take Two Tuesday before we wrap things up. But before we get to that, just a reminder, if you're watching the live stream, you heard Jack and I talking about it. Tonight on the airwaves, we've got Hawk Talk with Bill Self. He'll recap last night's win against the Houston Cougars. That's coming up at 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock tonight, high school basketball game of the week. 7 o'clock tip-off. It is the finale of the high school basketball game of the week. It'll be Capon and Heights in the best game of the City League season. That's coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, and Thursday, overtime from 6 to 7 and ESPN coverage the rest of the way. But tonight, don't forget, high school basketball game of the week, an early edition, so be sure to tune in for that. We'll be catching the end of the girls' game coming up in the last part of the game, and then we'll get right into the action between the men. But it's time now to wrap up today's show with a Take Two Tuesday with our very own Jack Johnson. He gives us a category. We give our favorite in that category. What is today's question, Mr. Johnson?
All right, with your time winding down at the station, I believe you said your last day is what, Friday?
Yeah, last day is Friday for me.
Friday. Okay, so give me your 2 favorite things you've covered or attended for ESPN Wichita.
Ooh, okay, that's a good one. Favorite things I've covered or attended. I'm going to be honest. A lot of people are going to be guessing, I would say, Media Day or Super Bowl Radio Row. Those are probably at the bottom. Those are absolute zoos and much more stressful than they need to be. I would say March Madness, the fan zone last year that we had was awesome. I was able to do a show and then obviously was able to do a lot of other stuff alongside that early morning show. And then you get a booze and watch basketball all day, which was pretty awesome. The weather wasn't the worst, but or wasn't the best, but it was still a really fun time. 3 days of just 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Just fun times with all of our friends here at ESPN Wichita. In the final one, I would say our golf tournaments. Our golf tournaments are always fun because you get to interact with a lot of different people that you obviously have an investment in the station, that care about you, that know your name, know your face, and then getting to put their name and face to you. But I would say our golf tournament would be number 2, but number 1 was by far and away our March Madness tournament. That was a lot of fun that we were able to do. Got to meet so many cool people, and just the craziness that was March Madness in Wichita was pretty crazy. But we do have a texter that says, "Where's Chance going?" I'm staying in Wichita. No worries here. I'm just taking a job outside of sports. I'm heading over to Key Construction and taking a job over there. I'll be starting in March, but Friday's my last day. I'm not getting Jerome tagged. I'm not getting fired. I'm just, this is on my own accord. Just got a really cool opportunity over there. And while I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I had here at ESPN Wichita, it's been a really great time. Got to make a lot of really cool memories. This is a dream job that I've dreamed about since I was a kid. And I'm eternally grateful for everybody that's been able to make this a reality. From Pat to Shane to our friends up in Kansas City. It's been a really cool. But yeah, this is my last week here at ESPN Wichita. So one more show to go, at least I think. Pat's still crossing his fingers to be able to do Wednesday and Friday, but I'll be back on Thursday for sure. So for Jack Johnson, I'm Chance Lebo. Thanks so much for listening. Thanks to Matt Derrick. Thanks to Taylor Eldridge. If you missed anything, ESPNWichita.com/podcast and the ESPN Wichita app. Be sure to check it out. Appreciate you all for listening. I'll be back on Thursday, and Pat will be back tomorrow for another edition of The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
All clear. Good work, Chance.
Thanks, Jack.